Okay. Are you live? Ah, there you are. I see you. I see us. Or no, I see your channel. You're live, I guess. Oh, there we are. Fuck. Yeah, we're on a delay, huh? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I was seeing where you were on your I got us live, man. Well shit. Hi guys. Oh, they can just hear me? Oh fuck the babble. Their ears
Okay,
must
how
be
about now? Can you guys hear me now?
Thank you, Lewis. Hi everybody. Hi Crystal. Hi Endangered. I can still hear you, which is good.
Yeah, so okay. Yeah, but I had to enable my mic in the streaming software.
Hear everyone. Audio good on
Five
both.
by five,
Yay!
so
Oh, you didn't enable your
my mic
computer
in
audio. Okay, okay.
Streamlabs.
You should do
Yeah,
that.
well, it's we're
You
good to
want to be
go
heard
now.
now. You gotta have a voice,
Well, you know.
man. You're the one voice for everybody that doesn't cuss. But I heard him cuss. I did. I swear. I didn't record it though.
Yeah, cause me trying to do this software and it didn't
Yeah, buddy.
got me cussing trying to figure it out.
And
'Cause
that's why I like you doing
we yeah,
it. Instead of me.
we learned that we still can't. I still can't share my desktop through Zoom to Eric. So
All right, I'm watching the live stream. I got the chat going on anyway. So I just turned our sound off over here on YouTube.
so well, I got. Let's see. Let's get ISWA updated, and I guess every time I click on my desktop, it's going to cut you out until I
You see
move
your
it back.
hanging there, John? You see your hanging there?
Yeah, I was gonna say. Hopefully, you'll have it up this time.
I do. I just usually don't center it into the picture. I guess I could.
You can put it on the wall behind your head.
I haven't finished painting that wall yet,
Oh,
John.
okay.
I've still got the bathroom vanity sitting there. I gotta get some blue. It's covering up my white spot. I finished the bathroom though, so I should probably hang the fucking thing, huh?
Good, yeah.
I got all my bullets in it, John. It doesn't have toothpaste in that. It's got all my shotgun shells and rounds up in that shit. I sleep with my gun, boy. Whoa! Ready to go.
Yeah.
And
Well,
all my ammo's within arm's reach.
the bathroom would be the last place they'd look for ammo. So
Yeah, I imagine. They'd probably look in my medicine cabinet, though. They'd know I was on something.
is that where you're storing all your hash?
No, that's up my ass. Traditional. You know. That's where we hide hash balloons, all that good shit. You know. This is old school days. No, my hash is right there, and I love it. Beautiful amber, made by my boy in Pueblo. Legally.
Well,
Gotta
yeah.
love Colorado.
All right, so some of you chat members need to share the stream so that we can get more viewers.
Pollyanna. Hi, everybody.
I mean, it's just going to be a hangout, no like set thing. I mean, shouldn't be too hard, right? We chit chat all day long. Why not do it live?
Yeah. Drinking my coffee.
And then I got my due.
God, that shit'll ruin your insides.
Yeah, I know.
So will coffee.
But at least coffee is natural.
Yeah, it's not bad. I'm liking it. Been doing it for years.
All right, so hi Debbie 333 and Lewis. Hey David, we got Morningstar story is new to me for a live stream. Anyways, Pollyanna's in here. Essendia. We got the works. I guess just no glass blowing on this stream.
I could always correct that.
Yeah. Technically, you could just carry your laptop.
My machine and walk on down to the dungeon if you'd like.
Yeah.
I might do that later too. I don't know.
So what's everybody doing for Independence Day? Me, I'm just most likely I still don't have to leave my house to see the fireworks for the town. I just go out on my balcony and watch them. They moved them a little farther away, but same direction, so I'm hoping I can still see them.
So that's our current shot. She settled down a little bit. Looks like we're getting a little bit of push from the front, huh?
Yeah, quite a bit of energy, but the wind's low.
Yeah, low wind. Fucking polarity confusion continues.
I was going to look at the density.
That's what I'm saying. The density looks like it's getting a shot from the front, but it definitely ain't affecting the wind.
Yeah, the density's up a little bit.
Well, look at that wave right there.
Yeah, see, it's up, well, 23 right there.
I think that's more mom pushing from the back than anything coming from the front when that happens. Kind of moving forward a little bit, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Would make it look like that, wouldn't it?
Well, I was just saying density from the sun side.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She was pushing forward with her fucking repelling lines. I think that's what we're looking at, John. When not all of that's coming from the sun side. Some of that is reaction to mother pushing.
So here,
against it.
This is what I mean by the density. Well, energy.
Yeah, the energy. And it takes the boat shock back. Look
Yeah.
at that. Watch. Take the boat shock back. I believe a lot of that, look, it's closed field lines and then that happens. She's pushing off, dude, and we're seeing a result of it. The density's getting denser because she's pushing against it.
Yeah.
That's not like a sunside blast, I don't think, is what I'm saying. It's just a slight increase in density. Look at the push off.
Yeah.
I think that's caused by her moving faster that way than what she would have without the closed field lines. It's a magnetic bounce.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's what I think we're looking at. Rather than a push from the sun side, I think that's a push from mom and resulting in the density coming from that side over here.
But the way I was thinking, like, this is from Discover, which is at the Lagrange point, so the data is showing the higher density here, so it's got to be coming from, I don't think it's necessarily, mom's pushing is increasing the density when it's matching out, way out in front. I don't know the distance.
Oh,
maybe
you're
a
looking
million
at the
miles.
one out in the Lagrange point? Okay. Well,
So that's
if
where
that was
this
showing density, then it might be coming from the sun then, bro.
So that's what I'm saying. I think the density as this energy we're seeing here is coming from the sun in this case, but the wind speed's low, which is normal when you have a high density because it's like
Yeah.
a thicker blanket the wind can't penetrate, so wind speeds drop, but your density increases. So
Well,
that's
where's
why our
the
wind
CMP
speeds are
for
so
this?
low.
I mean, is there an event that came with this?
No, not that I'm aware of. I mean, if you look in here at
That's why
Enlil,
I was wondering. I was like, well, what caused it then?
it's just a denser stream. This denser stream of energy from the sun. That's
Yeah.
all it really is. It's just in. If we go over here to
Well, usually those require some sort of CME to send off dense particles, is what I'm saying. But this is just a slight increase. That's why I was thinking it might have been a push. But I guess if it's registering on the Lagrange point, it's not a push.
right.
Well, it fucking looks like one.
Let's see.
It might be a combined effort. I mean, because you're definitely seeing some push off with those closed field lines going on right there.
Yeah,
You've got a-
definitely. But see, looking at Enlil here, they're saying, let's see, winds today is 1555, so here is current predicted,
You'll see.
and then and then they're saying that's less than less than 5 in density with a speed of
One thing I'm
375.
noticing on these monitors, though, look at this, and it makes me question a lot about where is this fucking shit coming from, because the center of this is supposed to be the sun, correct?
yeah.
And we're supposed to be this little dot out here, right? Well,
Yeah.
why is this fucking energy coming in from behind us? And nobody talks about that.
Well, we know where it's coming from, but
Well, I
is
know,
how to the only
but now
way we
you
have to
know. I'm
detect
just
it
saying,
is
is it not very obvious, even on the Enlil model that they're using, that the energy's coming in from behind? You can
It's-
see the density of this energy from behind us. That doesn't even make sense.
yeah. On
It-
this model, it shows it sometimes because you'll get
Yeah.
increasing
it does.
increased intensity in these bands of energy that are spiraling off that hit us. You'll see
you can
points
see it.
where all of a sudden they intensify, like way out here, and I'm like, well, how can it intensify
Yeah.
out here when the source is? Oh, let me just
Out there.
Let me blow this
Exactly. And it goes as exactly what we're seeing in a totally different energy band too.
right.
And then it
so-
expands itself from behind. Look how deep and extreme it is on the outside. And then you'll see it shoot
Right
in
there.
towards us. I'm all like, yeah, exactly. I'm like, well, how can? And at the very same time, you're seeing the squares here, just like in fucking Lee's Feral cells, man. This shit is undeniable. We got some shit coming in with some way strong fucking energy from behind us. I mean, every one of these monitors correlate that. And these fucking Ben Davidsons of the fucking world that are paid to fucking be assholes, how in the hell are they getting away with this shit? Are those people just that fucking stupid that they can literally listen to his words and it outweighs the key on here that shows the fucking satellites reading this shit? It's amazing.
it's the training from day one. From the moment they stepped into whatever door, or this college, or they've stepped into college,
Still,
and that
I went through the same training.
right. But I mean, no, I mean in the training of our education and how to think, what to
Yeah,
do.
people. Yeah.
As some people call it, the indoctrination, but really it's just a training that from day one, that and then we get into college and get our degrees based in our fields, and that's how we're taught to understand in the frame of reference to look at everything. And then when we come along and we're like, well, that doesn't make sense, and then they're so stuck in their frame of mind that they can't see beyond that, and so they only just agree because what
This
makes sense to
monitor is
them.
showing.
So the
That's what
professor's
I'm saying.
saying this,
When
and
they're
the
taught
students.
how to read these monitors, they should definitely be able to tell that the energy's coming in from behind, and it's spiking Look at the yellow, and then it turns to green, and then blue as it comes into the sun. The sun is the fucking thing supposedly putting this energy out, and it's not in all bars. You can actually get a directional to where this shit's coming in at by looking at this model.
Yeah.
I think it's amazing.
I wish this model was better.
Models together.
This model is so choppy.
You do that. You do a good job on that. I'm just saying, a lot of people aren't even talking about this shit. It amazes me how obvious it is, and how so many people are completely oblivious to it because they listen to words instead of learning how to do these things themselves.
Right. Now I've gotten sidetracked in my mind.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. That's the way live goes. Unscripted.
I don't look at the Enlil monitor unless you pull it up.
Oh.
And every time I do, I'm amazed when I'm looking at it, and nobody's talking about that shit because this is one of the most blatant, fucking obvious models they've got. That's one of the reasons I don't use it. And number two, I like ISWAP. I like GOES. I like the fucking magnetosphere. I like the Y cut. I like the fact that it's a fucking ferrule cell around the planet. And you can see, and we've pointed out, when you're looking at ISWAP, you got the square patterns and the same exact goddamn patterns you're looking at in Lee's ferrule cell. You can pinpoint these objects that we're looking at.
Yeah. The other thing, and now that I have this up and I've been thinking about a video of this, you see a lot of videos or articles about how planets get in alignments. But when everyone's thinking straight line, like if you look here, they've got a straight line here. Well, this is Earth in this case. This is Mercury in this case. They would say, oh, the Sun and Mercury and Earth is in a planetary alignment. Well, actually, no, because
they're not even close.
Because you can see the dotted line here. That's a magnetic connection in the same orientation as the waves of these energies. So, technically, this is Venus here on this. So Venus and Earth just may have had a planetary magnetic alignment with the curve. It's not linear. Energy is curved. So here is where you actually had a possible magnetic connection. So it's just something that I'm like, that just...
There's the sun and moon they do not have a simulator on the sun and moons. If you... See, that's what kills me, citizen. If you'd pay attention to physics, you'd understand that red sun, once it gets close enough, is going to suck the higher energy yellow sun black like sackcloth. You're going to see it dim. And there's a reason for it. There's a physical reason for it. There's a reason in physics for it to happen. Not some mystical and then hiding stuff. If they were hiding stuff, they would have hid the moon 10 years ago, but nobody noticed it. So they didn't need to hide it. They just keep this screen on and keep feeding you bullshit like that. See, that's what I mean. How many videos I made because of that kind of crap, man? Do your homework. Fucking killing me.
Yeah, in this example, you can figure out the curved connection just by looking at one tool.
Yeah, it's so obvious and in your face. They ain't hiding shit. They misdirect people. They get them on here, and they show them people like Ben Davidson, and not just Ben, fucking all of them, man. I have not found an honest fucking person on this fucking online fucking YouTube thing ever. Period. Everybody keeps bringing me these people. I'm like, my God, man, I gave him the moon 3,000 fucking times, no less, and I can document it and show you.
Mm-hmm.
I gave it to him 3,000 times, no less, and the fucking people refuse to talk about it. They'll block me off their channels, especially this fucking Beaver dude. Everybody fucking hypes him up as some kind of prophecy guy. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
I know.
He makes people fucking with any kind of knowledge run the fuck away from looking for any kind of answers. And I've handed him Isaiah 24:23 10,000 fucking times. The man, every time I get on his channel, he will literally disable the chat. You can go back to last year, almost every other fucking one or every one of his fucking videos has a disabled chat. I'm the reason why. And they keep bringing me his videos. I want to punch somebody. I'm like, I made videos, but they don't pay attention to this shit. And they go to these fucking idiots and they fucking listen and hear what they want to hear. And then they come back and spew it at me. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Have you even done your homework ever? Even when you were a kid, you're coming back with the most insane, stupid shit, and I can't, I just can't take it all day.
They want the easy route.
Yeah, they want the easy. They want me to spoon feed them shit, and that is not learning. I don't know who taught these people how to learn.
The education system.
Oh God, that's right. But, you know, at some point you become an adult and you have to take your own fucking education in your own hands and your own responsibility for yourself into your own hands. That's the point I'm at, and have been all my life. Maybe that's why I'm such an asshole. People view me as an asshole. I'm cool with that because I don't care for too many people anyways, because most of them are self-induced ignorant assholes, and they don't even know it. They're just going around happily fucking spewing lies that we've. And I keep trying to tell people, my God, man, you're helping the other side if you're not doing your homework.
Yep.
You really are. I can't even friends of mine been on Facebook for fucking years. Just today, I was fucking bam, 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 left and right. I'm like, you know what? If I go to your fucking channel and I see you producing lies or re-spreading lies, I don't need you on my friend page. You didn't do your fucking homework. You're not my friend. You are my enemy. You have made a choice in your fucking heart. Not my fault. That's where I'm at with the whole damn thing.
Yeah.
It's time for being a panty waist and dancing around the bush to appease people is over. You piss me fucking on yourself, I'm going to cut you off. I don't care. I'm not going to block you unless you start fucking getting ignorant. And even if I blocked you on my YouTube, you can still look at the information. That's what I like about that. I try not to block people on my Facebook, because if they really want and come around to fucking wanting to learn, they're going to fucking go and look. And there's an awful lot more information, you know that, on my Facebook than I've ever put on anything on YouTube. I couldn't even begin to put all that shit I got on Facebook on YouTube. In reality, it would take fucking years, dude.
Yeah.
You know, and it doesn't really matter. All that research is there. It's not only on Facebook, it's all over the place. I'm just saying, if people want to learn, they will. I don't want to block them from my Facebook, because then they can't see that shit. But if they keep coming at me like I'm an asshole, well, I'll be an asshole. I'll block them on my fucking Facebook. Then they got to make a fake profile to come and look.
Yeah, it's like I just looked at, I saw on my channel, I had like I think it was over 50 videos already. I'm like, wow, that time flies by quick.
It does, and every time you put one out, John, it buries another one. Because I've noticed nobody's going to go back and look. I keep telling people, go back and look at those videos. You are literally robbing yourself if you don't.
Well, there's an actual option at the top where you can choose newest or oldest videos to look at first. So you just flip that option real quick, and then it resorts all your videos starting from the oldest. So you just start there.
It's easy to do. And you know how I can tell if somebody's wanting to learn? They always show up on that third video I put down on there about the moon flipping and how it doesn't look right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, where they comment, yeah.
And I'm all like, you know what? That person's on their way to fucking learning something.
And it's like Reeble was doing that on my videos like last week.
Yeah, and I don't hear from them for weeks. And then all of a sudden they come back fucking on the ball. They've done their homework. You can tell they got off of my channel and went and fucking did something for themselves.
Right.
And that I can count as a friend. Somebody who's taught themselves the reality of what's going on to the point that they're going to actually begin waking folks up. Because they're getting smart about their fucking knowledge, and they can give them something that they can actually look at instead of a fucking strange cloud and a Palladian message.
So I always tell people is you stop trying to learn everything about everything going on right now and just narrow down to 3 subjects. And then everyone's looking at everything, and then they're catching all the distraction channels and all their information, and then they're just like, and they're, so you got to get in somewhere that's going to tell you where not to look first.
That's my latest big thing on Facebook. I see people up there being like, oh, I tried to tell you this, or look, this is happening. I'm like, you're going on obscure shit, expecting people to look at you when you got the fucking moon doing a cartwheel every night.
That's what I stick to. I got 2 friends the other day on that post that actually like, okay, I'll bite. What's going on?
Yeah, you need to look at the moon, because that gives somebody something they can look at with their eyes. If they hear it, they're never going to forget it when they're looking at the moon. Even if they look at it once, it's going to be different again, and it's going to hit them like that. They're going to be like, well, that is different. So they'll start to watch it. I mean, I've seen it develop. You have to harp on something that they actually put their eyes on. And if they actually go out and look at the fucking moon, it's cartwheeling. There is no question about it. And it shouldn't be. It's a 3rd grade topic with a flashlight and a fucking ball. If they can't get past that one, buddy, maybe they don't need to be in the next gene pool.
Well, yeah.
I mean, seriously, we got enough stupid fucking people running around as it is. Why would I care if somebody can't understand light and shadow on a ball? Okay.
Now, one friend, he was staunch, like, no, I don't want to talk about this stuff. And then I popped up those pictures, and I did the one at 6 p.m. and said, okay, the moon should never look like this in North America. And then I said at 10 o'clock it's going to be this terminator line's going to be vertical. And then bam, at 10 o'clock, I luckily got a hole in the clouds, and that terminator line was vertical, and that was like, that's how I got 2 people. Like,
yeah. You know why that is, John? For 20 years before I even logged online, they had been setting out people like Nancy Leader, Earth Changes, all those people, Neveru Truth, all those people putting misinformation out there because they knew when this shit started, people like you and I would show up and start fucking pointing shit out. Now, granted,
we're ahead of the game.
We're giving them the moon. Well, they knew this was coming. Of course they were ahead of the game.
That's how they handle everything. They know the plan, so they know.
And that creates our biggest problem, because even though we're giving somebody the moon, instantaneously they put it into their head. It's connected to Nibiru, and they don't want to talk to you. They do not want to hear it. They think you're crazy. You have to corner somebody with their belief on Nibiru, like you're trying to be like, dude, this isn't fucking Nibiru. This is your goddamn moon. Watch the thing turn. It's your Bible, Isaiah 24:23. Fuck, your government wants you to associate that with Nibiru, so you won't look, and then walk away.
Or just not teach you so that you don't know. It's like, oh well, I don't know, so oh well. That I get a lot. They have no clue how it works.
You have to disassociate it with Nibiru, I'm finding, and it adds a little more effectiveness to it.
I think with people I talk to, they don't have that Nibiru, but like online there is, of course, because that's where that influence is. But
I've seen it eye to eye, and I've cornered 4 or 5 people this last month, because I've got it in my head that that's why they've been doing this, and they never said it. But once I brought up Nibiru, then they come clean. They're like, yeah, man, I've seen that shit. I'm like, yeah, but the thing is, this is your fucking moon. It isn't Nibiru. I'm not talking to you about fucking Nibiru. Did I ever say Nibiru? I said to your fucking face, did I ever say Nibiru? I said the moon, dude.
Mm.
And then they look, John. Then they look. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. For fucking years, I've been talking to these people till I'm blue in the face to face, John.
I'm sure you've had 10 years of this.
Face to face with these people. And then it hit me. They're associating it with Nibiru, and they don't want to let me know. They think I'm fucking insane.
Mm.
So I went face to face and confronted them on Nibiru and found out that's exactly what the fuck the problem was, dude.
Mm.
Seriously. Your friends that think you're insane have been watching Nibiru for 20 fucking years, and I keep saying Nibiru is a lie. There's a reason they fucking created that lie. Because number one, they wanted to separate the planet Heaven from fucking their religions worldwide. Number two, they wanted people that would look for fucking why is the moon doing cartwheels in their fucking head, and then they see Nibiru and they see how fucking crazy it is, how it doesn't make sense in physics at all, that some fucking rogue planet is traveling all over the fucking place and fucking creating this kind of shit, because we got bigger fucking planets. It doesn't even make sense. The physics of what they described caused by a single fucking planet on a wild, it makes a normal person say, oh fuck man, that's just as bad as those Palladian messages.
It's the gravity. Damn gravity.
They have been completely programming people for years and years to completely shut off any response to anything abnormal. And it's everybody's fault that's in chat right now for spreading that shit. And that's what kills me. That's why I've decided, I'm like, man, I can't look at it all day. I just can't. I can't look at it all day. It's insane. People don't look at my shit. I don't need to look at theirs. They're going to come to a conclusion one way or another. Like I keep saying, I can't wake everybody up. I know mom and dad are fixing to shake everybody up.
Well, there's one way I look at things. That some people they'll spread a story just to say, oh well, this is a bullshit story, and we want to warn everybody. But you got to look at human behavior in the sense of most people don't even read the whole title. They just paraphrase it as they read it. I do it. We all do it. And then they didn't read everything you said. They picked out a few words and then that fit their frame of reference, and that's how they sent it out to the next person. So you may be, oh, this is a warning, don't blah, blah, blah. But then the next guy, the 5 out of 10 will pass it along as fact. So I say don't pass along the lies at all, whether you're trying to warn people or not, because most people are going to take it as a fact rather than you're warning them of the lie. So you got to let the lie die by not spreading it and only give out the truth. But that's just not the way it works.
Through, and done my Anunnaki lie videos. I show them the cuneiform.
Right, I know you. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying people. How we all do this. And
perfect example. Somebody sends out a misinformation thing, and I see it. Now I'll make a claimant on it, and then share it as a lie. And you're killing me with your lie. Next thing I know, 3 more of my friends have shared it without the disclaimer as it's a fact again.
Mm-hmm. So it's better off just not to say it at all.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I agree. And I stopped doing that.
And the studies have done, the CIAs have done all this study, and they know our human behavior, and they use it all against us.
Yeah.
So we've got to fight against it and realize, well, not fight against it, but I mean realize how we do things and change those habits, how we've changed the programming around on them and not spread the lies.
You got to find a chink in that armor and just fucking pry on it. And everybody's got a different chink. That's the problem. So you got to find them all. That's hard, as you know.
Woohoo! Got a new subscriber.
Yay!
It was all worth it now. One more person.
Fucking A, John. I said 10 years ago, if I saved one child from dying of thirst, it would all be worth it. Fuck, we got people's souls lining up and ready to stack magnets, bro. Such a more beautiful outcome than what I had originally thought was going to happen. That's another thing that's just amazing about it. That's one of the reasons I am so driven to get people off of their fucking distractions. Everything they're talking about is a distraction, other than the fact that we've got 3 sons. We're going to go through a perihelia. We've got some fucking insane shit going on. Our moon's doing a cartwheel, and there's a reason. There is a fucking reason behind it. And if people would stick to that simple fucking all day.
Realize the planet's not doing all this.
But they don't.
Yeah, I know.
They get off all sidetracked all day, and then you'll see one post of ish truth, and the rest of them are just fucking sidetracked, fucking CIA program, and it's like, why is nobody paying attention? I'm handing you the fucking moon, and nobody's using it. In mass, nobody's using it. It's fucking crazy. The programming strength is so strong. It's like the force is strong in you. You know, it's amazing shit. You give somebody the moon and they want to fucking give somebody a planetary alignment that isn't even happening. And you can see it on the monitors. It's nowhere even close to what they're fucking posting up on fucking Facebook. No wonder people run. Look right there. That's not a planetary alignment we're looking at. No wonder people run from the truth. Because everybody is unanimously distracted and spreading lies. Openly spreading lies, talking about, I can't wake up my family. Look at this lie. Well, no wonder you can't wake up your family, because you're fucking posting a bullshit that is a lie, and I can prove it's a fucking lie. So can your family. See? Give them the fucking moon. Watch a cartwheel. That's not a lie. That's something you can see with your fucking eyes. Something's wrong.
You got to give people free will to choose whether they want to hear it or not. You can't force it down their throat, people. They have to have free will to choose, and that's why we start with the moon, because everyone can look at the moon, and if they decide, hey, that's neat, and then moves on and stops talking about it, or changes the subject, and just move on.
Yeah,
they're not ready. So there's no point in trying to shove all this other information down them about 3 suns when they don't even want to look at the moon.
Yeah, if you can't get past the moon, there's no sense in talking to somebody. That's my conclusion too, John. Absolutely.
People are talking about, and that's great that they're doing this, and they're like, I'm going to do a family thing, and I'm just like, okay. And you gotta give them free will, you know. Start with one thing, and then who bites, and then
that's
you
what
talk
I'm
to
saying,
them.
good citizen. You're getting 50 different stories in 50 different places. You know, one place you should look is your fucking sky, because that's going to give you one story. Right. Okay? And then if you go and look up lunar phase and check out your Wikipedia, you will see that a waxing moon should be right side lit, not right side lit and then flip later to be left side lit, because that's a waning moon, and that's a monthly process. 180 degree flip of the fucking shadow is a monthly process, not a nightly thing like it has been lately. Period. Okay, so that should set you straight, boop, right there. End of conversation. No more confusion, right? You're on your side. It's a light shadow thing. Then at that point, literally, 3rd grade is giving it too much credit. They have lunar phase for fucking preschoolers.
Yeah, that was the last video I did. I used a little kitty thing.
All over YouTube. This is a preschool fucking subject. And you're making it too hard.
I will say it took me a little while to finally get an understanding of how. It's just like this. It took me a little while, but once it snaps in, it's like bam, and then it's solid. But
you got to literally break out the flashlight and the ball and figure it out. Because if you don't, you're going to be confused.
mm-hmm.
And at that point, it's literally a preschooler thing. They show it on preschool videos. You turn on your flashlight and put on the ball. You can even make a ball and your little fucking light hanging like I did with the chicken. I did it with the chicken. You know? And do the math. The math is not hard. You got a 360-degree orbit. Okay? Because Ben Davidson's going to tell you this. Let me pull up this other screen so I can watch myself do this live. All right? Ben Davidson's going to tell you it's like an airplane. You see its front. Now you see the other end. Well, number one, it did not flip, did it? Okay? Number two, does our moon literally move that far in its fucking orbit every night?
No.
That's 45, 50 fucking degrees in a 360-degree orbit. Do the math. Times 30? No, that's like 8 or 10 fucking orbits.
28, yeah.
In a month. Come on. Okay, 28. See, now you can go either way. It's either 6.24 or 6.28, or I think it's 48. 6.24 or 6.48 degrees. So it's, in other words, 0.2 of a difference depending on if you do it 28 or 30 days in its fucking 360-degree orbit. So this is the math on that. 360 degrees, we'll go with 28. Divided by 28, you come up with 12.86, right? Do the math. That's per 24 hours. You're only looking at the moon for 12 hours. So divide that by half again, you're at 6.24 degrees. That's the only motion the fucking moon moves every night. We're spinning circles beside a very stable object. Simple as that. Start fucking spinning circles. Is anything in the room flipping? No. Not until you literally lay down and start bending over and touching your fucking toes, because you're no longer doing this motion. You're doing this motion to the ecliptic. And everything in the fucking room starts to flip, just like your sky. Not only the moon, it's the whole fucking sky. It's simple. It's simple. It's simple. And once you get down to it, the problem is you don't want to believe it. It's like, oh my God, how are we all still alive? I mean, I've fought with that. I've fought with all of that. But I'm over it and accepted what it is. And we live on a living planet. That was the hardest thing for me to accept. Here's another thing. Magnets stack. You can go to your Pizza Hut, grab you a stack of magnets, put them on the refrigerator, anywhere on the refrigerator. You don't even have to stack them on top of each other. Each magnet you put on the fucking refrigerator, as long as it's on the door, you can't have rubber seal between them, because that's going to negate your whole point. They have to be on the same face of the planet. So you fucking put them all over the fucking door. Each one you fucking put on there makes the other one harder to pull off. Your magnets stack. You got a magnet. See, that was the thing I was missing until last year. I had no idea we had magnets. I really didn't. I thought that was some esoteric fucking reading my aura kind of bullshit. And then I found out that doesn't have anything to do with your aura. That's actually a medical fact. We got a magnet in our chest. And I was like, oh, fuck, man. Totally changed the rules for everything. We need to stack our magnets to make shields for Mother. It's physics. And then all of a sudden, everything that I've fucking shunned for my whole life. I never read about the cities of Babalba and the cities of gold and what is the lost city of fucking... the one in South America they were talking about, all these, all over the globe, you got different cities that they're talking about as cities of gold. And I'm like, really? And then you start looking into these fucking legends, and they start to make sense. All of a sudden, if you look at them in the physics, and it's like, wow, instead of the esoteric world.
Frame of reference.
Yeah, I'm finding the
we evaluate everything by our frame of reference. So you change the frame of reference, we evaluate things differently.
Yeah, that's just like we've been looking at the cartouches for how many fucking thousands of years, and nobody made sense out of it. It's because we hadn't seen anything that was on those. They were very unfamiliar with us. And it makes total sense. I mean, how was I supposed to know the Eye of Ra was a magnet signature to a blue sun? How is anybody supposed to know that until we start seeing this again? And all of a sudden it makes sense. I mean, no wonder I was reading that fucking Stella like that, dude. I had seen everything the fuck on it before I saw it. And that leads to our brilliance in the past to have written that down in such a form. It's amazing. It leaves no question at all as to what is happening at this very moment. Leaves no question. The whole, and then you can, if you have a question, you can go back and look at your traditions throughout the globe. Your red and blue Kachina, your dark star, your red dragon, all these legends around the world lay it down for you. We live in a three-sun system, and our two companion suns are back. And half of these legends have us beginning on the blue sun. And then you look at the geographic, or the geological, geological evidence, like the Cretaceous barrier, or the Cretaceous line where microbes used to be big. Then all of a sudden everything kind of sloshes sideways and microbes are small. We lost energy.
Right. Yeah, I say the dinosaurs were during a time of Ra.
Blue. Yes. And we existed too. I mean, we were tromping around on troglodytes with really nice shoes on. I mean, they found it in rock. I'm not going to argue about it. Mom said we've been here too. I mean, we've been here. We were just bigger because we were in the high energy sun too. And it all makes sense. It lays down into like, holy shit, Adam and Eve were probably fucking 15 foot tall, 12 to 15 foot tall. And that's why we're seeing skeletons like that all over the place. And then, if you look at it, most of them only have one set of teeth. Then you start finding double set of teeth.
Okay.
And it's like, oh, there's the hybrids. Because they're eating us. You know what I mean? That's where you get your how the Indians hold up their hand across the field, because it's hard to get a visual reference on how big somebody is if they're only like 4 foot from you, but they're 300 yards away.
Yeah.
They got that 6 digit. They ain't hiding that shit, are they? Run, motherfucker. He's going to eat you. That's tradition. That's the kind of, that's exactly where it came from, too. But it's not talked about a lot. It's like the hat on Raw. Look at that shit, dude. They didn't just write it on temples. They put it on cups and jars, on their fucking coffins, in their funeral fucking pyres, everything. They put those eyes everywhere. We couldn't exterminate them. We had to look at it. And if you're looking at the funeral in their tombs, John, I know you can read these things. I don't know how much you've been looking at tomb pictures, though. They're not funerary things, dude. They're things we should be doing in our lifetime to accomplish the end. Becoming light. Becoming a fucking star. I'm all like, oh my God. What happens if you grow the fucking spark God gives you? You get a bigger spark.
Yeah.
Eventually, you're going to become a literal sun. I mean, it's totally fucking possible in physics.
Yeah.
And that's what they're talking about on those funerary things. They aren't funerary, they're fucking instructional. And they're telling us how to become light and how to enlighten ourselves and shit like that. It's totally physics that we're looking at. It wouldn't be different, would it? I mean, until the later, like I said, the infiltration of the Anunnaki, everything kind of changes. And
Right.
you can see the change. You know, it no longer really makes sense. It's like, what the fuck?
Like the gap in the dynasties.
Yes, the gap in the dynasties. You can see where they were cutting people's heads off and they destroyed a whole bunch of shit and they took us over. It was a fight. It was a big fight. We had Mom knocked out. Now Mom's awake and pissed off. She got Raw up behind her, breathing fucking our energy back into us. These motherfuckers are in trouble if they decide they want to fight Mom. She's had enough. We ain't even got anything to do with that. She'll unleash the warriors. We are not her warrior stock.
We're already seeing new animals.
Yeah. New animals, new plants. Well, they're old, actually.
Yeah,
But
true.
The energy hasn't been there to make them happen. You know, now it's here. It's starting to come. We're starting to see some of these prehistoric seeds burst open because they actually have enough energy to do so.
Yeah.
You know, they've been in the soil apparently forever. For God's sake, man, they're like, wow, we got BC plants going on some of these mesas. Well, there's actually a physics reason for that to happen. You know, that's why I keep saying, I mean, why else would this Marduk or Masao, whatever name you want to call them, depending on what side of the ocean you're on, would they have to give us a plow and or corn when we came up out of the Kivas? He was there at the hole meeting them with a corn in his hand because they knew they took us away. They kidnapped our planet, put her on a fucking low energy sun, and she could no longer provide the abundance that she used to. So we're going to actually have to labor and toil in the soil for our food.
Mm-hmm.
They wrote that shit in the book, but you got to keep remembering, even the cuneiform, the source of that book, was written by the victor. They're going to leave some pieces out, like how they did it, which would include cutting all Mom's trees down and shit. I mean, I have not found that story in the cuneiform. I see evidence of it. She's the one that told me, though. I can't prove it unless there's evidence, and there is evidence. I found the evidence. I was like, holy fuck.
Yep.
So,
Hey, Polly, that's just a vape. Like a custard vape. Nicotine. She was asking. But I can't, my chat's not signed in, so I can't actually type in there unless I open a browser window. It's really stupid. It's something's a... My chat's not signed in Streamlabs, so I don't know why, but... I can't actually type in there without opening a browser page.
yeah, there were some technical difficulties going on.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a while since we've done one.
Myself, I am smoking.
Hey, Reeble.
Ooh,
Everybody who came in. Oh. I have an ecliptic plane zodiac sign video coming out soon. Just trying to piece everything together to make it worthwhile. Though I did print out this.
Good citizen, I believe we're going to look very much like Mercury at that point, at some point. We got to roll behind the blue sun. It's got to pass us to get to perihelia. There you go. That's how
That'll be part of the video.
It has to pass us. If it doesn't pass us before perihelia, nothing matters, bro. And you won't notice. It'll be a blink of an eye, Mom will be gone. And I mean Mom. Poof. blink of an eye,
Earth.
Mother Earth will be fucking charcoal. So I'm counting on Ra to pass us at some point, and we literally will have to look pretty much like Mercury right next to him as he goes by. It's going to be very scary. People wrote about this shit long ago in rock.
Polly and I were talking about this. That's what we think would happen with Mars. With one of these events, is Mars used to be like Earth, like they say, and I think during one of these it got shifted, moved closer to the sun, so therefore it died. Just by being too close.
Yeah, well, they trapped a lot of us on this sun. They trapped the whole solar system on the sun. You can see that in the stella. We're all locked on. We kind of covered that, a long time ago. I mean, there's a reason that it's showing us all latched to that sun on a ring. They captured us here. Those planets were captured here too. I am looking at some of the one that I just brought home from the natives out here, the drawings. I've been looking at that. Dude, this solar system, as they depicted, only had 3 fucking planets. Now there's 9. You know what I mean?
Well, we've all seen in the magnet videos, the ones you show, and even primer fields, how the magnets line up in orbits around the magnet when you put in balls around powerful magnets.
Yeah.
So it's easy that a ball like Mars, I was saying with Mars, is Mars shifted a orbit in quickly, therefore it died out.
I think a few of us got latched onto this bitch at the same time.
Yeah.
And
others of that were with Ra Horus have shifted.
We are not the only planet that it caused havoc on. That's for damn sure. And there's evidence of that all over the solar system. Best example would be Mars. Absolutely. Something definitely happened to her.
Another example would be Uranus. And that is tilted.
Yeah, on its side.
And there's no the only explanation that they'll say, well, they're saying a newer research, electromagnetics, but the original was comets or something came along and hit it and tilted it over, but that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I don't care what kind of impact you have, that's not going to override the magnetism.
And then it would just tilt back. Even if it did, it would tilt back because the magnetics would justify that. So who's to say Uranus isn't the original tilt of Ra's work?
I so love talking to you, John, because you really have done your homework and you know your magnet very well.
Well, I know my magnet better than the Egyptians.
Yeah. I don't know about that. I know.
Oh, come on now.
I see them manipulating that fucking accretion disk, John, and I wish I knew exactly what they were doing.
It's a power source. That the accretion disk or ecliptic plane is where the energy is transferring.
Yeah.
So it's got to be drawing energy
that
from
LED
there.
When you bring in magnets together. It's like, woo, that's amazing.
That's the path. It has to. That's the only thing that explains it to me is they're pulling energy from that magnet as a power source.
That might be what it's depicting. I don't know. I can't help but think it might be something else. But that might be what it is. It makes sense. I just might be reaching for straws.
A docking station of some kind, that could make sense. Data transfer, same as energy transfer, you can go a couple ways with it.
Yeah, it's all of that could be derived out of that picture, because magnet is that. That's what the beautiful thing about it. Yeah, you can get energy, you can send and receive information, all of that. So yeah, I wish I knew exactly what they were doing with that.
Mickey, you can remote view.
I think it has to do with what's around that picture that we're seeing, because that's not the whole fucking picture. You know what I mean? That's just a little picture of what's going on in that temple. And I want to see it. I want to see the whole thing. But that would require me to travel there and all kinds of shit that I'm just not going to do. You know.
Well, I tried contacting a Egyptologist, but then realized they hadn't been on Facebook in 5 years.
Yeah,
So I
I've
need
tried.
to get back to looking, but I've been busy with car repairs and
I've tried to give this to so many Egyptologists, it makes my head spin. It's not just the truther channels I've been bothering. I mean, what do you think I'm doing for hours a day over here spamming my shit everywhere? I've tried to give this to Michael Tell everybody, dude. Just fuck, I ain't even got any time to name everybody I've tried to give this shit to over the years. And some of it's steady. I'm steady on them every day, and they still just never fucking say anything. Like Viper fucking document, man. I want to punch Viper in the face. They act like and Mystery History and all these fucking channels like that. They're just like the truther channels on Nebaru. They're fucking re-spewing the lie and acting like they're anti-establishment. It's very controlled opposition, and I can't help myself but to tell people that every time I go look at this shit. And I mean, like, all the way down their channels. I'm talking to people all day. As long as they have more than 3 or 4 responses, because I know every one of those responses is going to see my response.
mm-hmm.
I look for the one with most responses on these. I mean, like 50, 60. I'll fucking hit them.
Because it hits every single one of them.
50 or 60 people see everything I said.
Yep.
They don't have a choice. It shows up in their fucking notifications. So I'll do that, and that's how I spread this shit. I
Facebook
look
does
for
the same
the
thing.
biggest target I can get.
Facebook does the same thing. If you get in a sub, like a response to a response, then a whole line, it'll hit everybody.
That's how I do it there too. I go on Donald Trump's fucking page and I look for somebody with 100 and some responses to their smart ass response, and I will say something and drop my fucking public service announcement, and all of those people get to see it. See, now if I just laid down a comment, it would be you would have to go to that comment to see it. And I learned that. I was like, oh, this is much more effective if I find somebody with a bunch of comments below their comment. Oh, boy. Yeah. I've just instantaneously hit how many ever people commented. I do that to the news shows. I do that 3 or 4 times a day to certain timed events like newscasts on COVID. I try to catch them within the first half an hour after they live feed so I can catch more people. You know, and I am fucking treating it like a war, John. It really is. It's a war of information. If we get the information out, we can win the war. People will put down their guns and or turn them on the people they need them to have them on, arrest them motherfuckers, and get it done with. Instead of waiting for somebody to fucking be their hero that is literally a worse criminal than the one they were fucking looking at. That's what has been killing me about this whole Epstein thing. A lot of people don't realize Milena was one of Epstein's girls. Mm-hmm. And Trump met her through Epstein. Epstein lived 1 mile from the Mar-a-Lago, Trump's Mar-a-Lago, that he recruited his women from for fucking decades. There's more on Trump and Epstein than there ever has been on Bill and Epstein, and everybody's pointing at Hillary, who didn't have fucking dick to do with Epstein. Distraction, bro. It kills me. And I want to punch every one of my friends in the face for fucking spreading that shit. Because it's bullshit. So I went up there and I posted up myself a Trump thing just to be a dick. Because there's like fucking thousands of pictures of him with Epstein and that fucking woman that just got arrested.
Yeah, well, they're saying there's issues with that. No arrest photos, no nothing yet.
There's one photo with her and Bill and Hillary at their wedding.
Yeah.
And that's the only one that I've seen so far to date, and that's the one people keep using. I'm like, there's 3 fucking dozen just off the top of my fucking head that I can think of with Trump and that woman without Epstein. And it's usually with 3 or 4 girls around him.
Yeah.
She's always there.
And the video they used with Trump and his daughter, like, he's a pedophile. It was his own daughter, and people still spread it. Oh no, that's not his daughter. It's like,
Yeah, it is his daughter.
yeah, it's a weird picture with his daughter, but still.
Not just a picture. There is video.
I don't get into that stuff. It's just,
Yeah. Like I said,
I know enough that you just can't trust them, any of them, that none of them are for us.
Well, that's the distraction, see? That's the whole system incarnate. And see, we've got a whole pedophile problem that involves all of them. However, we're pointing fingers, separating them, keeping each one wholly unto their own. We're like, oh no, it's not his fault, it's not her fault, it's his fault.
Yeah.
It's all of them. And that's what keeps this system alive. Our division.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. It's that distraction that keeps their heads on their shoulders for over 200 years. And it's got to stop. People, can you imagine the coincidental factors that would have to go in for a population the size of the United States since 1871 to today, literally voting in first or second generation to one family royal to the fucking crown of England consistently?
Well, we aren't voting them in, so.
Yeah, exactly. What would be the astronomical figures for it to be a random thing that the actual voters voted in that long string of first and second generation to the royal crown? What, out of the same, not even fucking different European family, the same fucking John Galt that signed fucking what? The Treaty of Ghent. Is that all coincidence? Why can't people grasp that? They do every 4 years. Oh, well, presidents are, assigned rather than fucking we voted them in. If you lost, that's your mantra. They're all fucking puppets anyways. And then the next year, you are convinced that your vote's going to fucking count this time because you're going to vote harder. And it's like, what? You were just fucking for 4 years talking about how they're all appointed, and now your fucking vote's going to count again this year? Fucking stronger vote.
Yeah.
Fucking retards, man. It kills me.
Well, a lot of it, like for me, it was, I didn't give a shit at all for many, many years, and then starting the first year with Obama, that's when I started voting, but I didn't know anything. And then after this year with, 16 with Trump, after that election, I had put everything together. That's when I'm going to stop. But we already know Trump's going to win the next election, so.
A little bit of trivia. Obama, to this date, was the most royal president we've ever had in history. He's the only person that has been royal on both sides of the family, legally eligible, which means he was within the first 3 generations to the crown on both sides of his fucking family. He was first and second generation. Fucking amazing. And nobody knew. Well, the people knew because I put out the report on his fucking bloodline. People knew. But they don't talk about these things. They get all sidetracked on the issues that they point out. It's the Republicans. It's Obamacare. It's fucking, to this day, I hear let's hang Hillary and Obama for their treason for $100 billion to the fucking enemy. Donald Trump literally gave them $400 billion and has openly bragged about it for 6 months. And everybody is still talking about Hillary. He's openly bragged about his $400 billion deal with the fucking Saudis. And nobody wants to see him hanging. He just quadrupled the fucking treason that everybody wants Obama and Hillary to hang for. And he not only did it, he bragged about it for 6 fucking months. It amazes me how
the distraction's working.
The entire scope, red and blue, have completely ignored that fact. It's a non-topic. Absolute non-topic. How do you even explain that? Red and blue have ignored it. I know how you explain it. Because the media, which is Soros driven, which is the middle management for the Crown Vatican DC Corporation, doesn't want the genocide in Yemen talked about and why it's happening and how it's happening. The fact that we're literally side by side with the Saudis with boots on the ground and they're doing it ourselves. We're paying the fucking ISIS. We not only paying ISIS to guard the Saudi occupied oil wells in northern Syria, we changed their name back to fucking Al Qaeda and friended them again on the DOD list. Nobody's talking about it. I'm like,
well, you can't get information out like that, because it gets suppressed even if you know it.
The information's there. You can Google search it.
Well, I mean, like someone reporting it.
Yeah,
other than in some kind of media rather than just a YouTube channel.
Yeah, exactly.
They can shadow ban and keep down.
I'm the YouTube channel that said it. I went and looked at the contracts and I showed you guys.
Yeah, but in the grand scheme, you have no credibility in, as compared to the mainstream media. So and that's just a side of the whole thing we already know about them, but
that's where I got to fall off.
So that's why they don't worry too much.
Where I proved that I was a sitting senator's top investigator for several years. That's a little closer to home than any Snowden dude working for the fucking in a cubicle somewhere.
I just mean we're not on that authority list from the authorities.
I honestly think that I am probably the most senior, as in highest official type of whistleblower I've ever seen, and I know I'm legit, so that I don't know what to say. I am probably the most high official whistleblower I've ever seen, besides maybe 30 years ago when generals started popping off. You know what I mean? You could even look at me as knowing more than...
You mean North? General North?
That's what I'm saying, Ollie North.
Oh, okay. See, I was a kid. I remember those, but I didn't know anything about them. Still don't.
Iran-Contra affair. They were trading cocaine for guns.
I know. I was under 10. I remember them, but because they were on the TV, but not like something we didn't have TV all the time as a kid. It was very rare.
As far as credibility goes, I think a senator's investigator, a senator's aide would still outrank a general, because I'm going to know more than a general does on generally damn near everything.
Yeah.
I'm the one that tells the senator how to feel about shit. I'm the one that goes out and looks at what the senator's confused about, and they depend on me to straighten their fucking thoughts out on any subject at hand. So honestly, I do believe I would be probably the most senior whistleblower I've ever witnessed in my life.
Right.
So, and I've proven who I am several times. So, yeah, the problem here is it's the programming, and I'm not on C-SPAN. I am on YouTube. They're not going to give me time on C-SPAN, John.
No, I know.
Go in there with fucking guns, and then they would find some way to fucking not air it. You know what I mean?
Right. I was on a channel a couple weeks back that I don't go to anymore, and he was trying to gather up data for like how the sun was too far north by measuring shadows at noon, and he was going to gather data and go to the paper about it. I'm sitting there like, yeah, good luck with that. You can't even get the moon
You should very
on the
much
news,
do that,
let
Senator.
alone shadows that everyone has to measure and calculate and do math. And I'm just like, yeah, good luck.
Well, that's the thing. I'm the one that did the math for the senator, and I'm giving it to you folks. You very well should feel like the senator. I never gave him anything that I didn't know was for sure, because if I gave it to a fucking senator and it was wrong, what the fuck would I look like? Would CBD be legal? No. But it is, because I got the first state sanctioned fucking hemp plant fucking actually harvested in this United States since the Tax Act. That's why you're looking at CBD in every gas station. Because I fought for that. I drew up the report, had Angel Stone proofread it for me, and we gave it to the senator, and it became Senator Davis's hemp bill, which became law. And they planted hemp seed, and they fucking harvested it. Simple as that. That's how I changed the world, John. It wasn't hard.
Right.
But that's why I keep telling people I'm a fucking long-haired, fucking bearded, crazy-looking guy. You can do it if I can.
I noticed you brushed your beard for me.
I did. Well, I had it all braided out.
Yeah, I know. I saw it yesterday.
Looking thing.
I had the point of view of looking at the bottom of your chin most of the time.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you got me before the hike.
Yep.
Yeah, the sweat had gone into the little braids I had and made the hair fucking wiggly. It looked like a lightning shit when I undid my braids. I was like, well, that's gotta go.
You got a perm. The natural perm.
It looked like I had a perm going on in my beard. Yeah, thank you. It's a good one. That's how it looked. It was funny. I saw that when you shot your thing at it. I was like, oh yeah, we can't do this. You gotta give me 5 minutes.
Yeah. For the Navy shower.
Like I said, they taught us how to shit, shower, and shave in 5 minutes, literally.
Yeah.
So, I cut out the shaving in my old age, save me time.
I hate shaving. I just shaved off my beard.
I can still push one out and wash it out. In 5 minutes, though. Oh, the fucking Navy. Navy talk.
Well, I've been on 2 Navy bases this week and be going back again this week coming too.
You see why they call us squids now? A bunch of fucking crazy motherfuckers out there.
Yeah.
That's because every time we pull into port, we grow eight arms. So many beautiful things around to touch.
Yeah. Oh, so well, we're up to 25 viewers. Almost Eric Briggs numbers.
I think you might have hit 30 at some point, bro.
I don't know.
It's the 4th, though. We're fucking competing against something. Some kind of Trump presentation or something.
I don't know.
They don't have
I guess,
sports.
yeah, Mount Rushmore is the big deal right now, I guess.
I saw that, yeah. He's, I mean, it's all scripted. It's fucking controlled opposition, regardless of what they do. It's controlled opposition. Everybody thinks that Trump's going to fucking have everybody arrested, and I'm like, man, look, they've already got the lady dying of COVID 7 days from now. Seriously, that post that she's in the hospital under critical condition with fucking COVID-19, it's dated for the 11th.
Oh, I'm not familiar with this story.
Oh, yeah. The lady that got arrested, now it's showing up that she's
From
in the hospital from COVID, and it's dated for the 11th. And I'm all like, well, that's 7 days from now.
So a person from Mount Rushmore who's protesting. Is that what you're talking about?
No, the Epi lady.
Oh, Epstein,
Epstein's
Maxwell,
woman
or
that just, yeah, what a Maxwell lady. She just got arrested. Well, then in the next post, it's showing that she's in the hospital for COVID-19.
no, I haven't
They,
seen that.
oh yeah, it's all over the fucking place.
Huh?
I'm like, yeah, she's gonna die of COVID-19, they say, and I'm all like, yeah, well, that story is dated for 7 days from now,
Huh?
so it makes me suspicious about the whole fucking thing to begin
Well,
with.
yeah.
Of course.
I
But
guess
I
that was.
noticed little things like that.
I guess that was the one picture you said you saw of her
Yeah.
since arrest.
Her.
Well, let's just do a shameless plug. If you're in here and you don't know about my group, it's right here on Facebook, Catfish Glass Eye. It's a closed group, but you just gotta click join, and I'll approve you most likely. Where we talk a lot about basically everything Eric says except for the politics. We leave that out, but science research, everything, it's all there. The first thing people see is the moon. So,
Yep, and I'm not in there, so y'all don't have to worry about being blocked by me, or
yeah.
unfriended or yelled at.
only his backup profiles in there, but he hadn't been in there in almost a year since
I
August.
try to leave it alone because John has built himself in a nice group, and I would wreck it. I don't fit in with people. I just don't. I don't take any excuses. I'm a hardcore asshole. I made a video explaining this shit. Did I not? How many times I gotta tell you I'm a fucking asshole? And I know what I am. I'm happy. I'm happy with what I am. And I can get along with you if you're gonna do your homework. You impress me that you want to learn something, then hey, we're best friends. I'll be really nice to you. We can sit and have conversations on the telephone without me yelling at you for fucking buzzing me all the time.
I haven't been yelled at yet. People have warned me about you, Eric, and I'm just like, well, I don't think I have to worry about that.
You go and you teach. You know more about some of these monitors than I do, John, because you've taught yourself, man. And I don't give a fuck about someone because I already know what's going on.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's where I'm at. I already know what's going on. I've found it. I proved it, and I don't have to monitor it so much anymore. I've been monitoring it. Fuck, man. You see my Facebook page, right? You've gone back in my Facebook page. I know you have. Look, how much did I monitor this shit?
A lot.
Too much. Way too much. Like somebody that was neurotic about it.
It's too bad a lot of your old stories are gone.
Dude.
It's like they're slowly just taking things down.
Yeah.
It's like the only thing that'll be available soon is something that's less than 2 years old, you know?
Yeah. Well, like I said, there's so much stuff that we went through to come to these conclusions that I have never brought to YouTube. There's no way I could bring all that here anyways. The final outcome, the big picture, though, has been figured out because, I mean, they wrote it down. A long time ago. We're reading it now, and we know what to do. So all that past stuff is kind of distractive anyways. You know, it was a learning process for me, and that's pretty much all that mattered at that point, because it was a learning process for me. You can see the discovery. It's very interesting to look at, even for me to go back and look at some of that shit that I forgot that I went through discovering these things. And way back when I didn't even know Ra existed. You know what I mean? I knew there was a red sun, and I had found it. I found its planets, and I was tracking its planets, and all of a sudden, by accident, by doing that, I found Ra. And that was a fun time, honestly. Yeah, look at back on it because I was learning at the same time. There's new monitors, there's cameras worldwide I can access online. Because I mean, you can see where I was absolutely zero knowledge about being online, and then it kind of developed to where I can kind of copy paste shit pretty
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, it was just posts, and that was it. No pictures, just talking, and then things
I had no
developed. Yeah.
idea how to do what I was trying to do. I had no idea how to do it. I had no tools because I had never been online before 2012, really. And friends of mine, I started using their computers every once in a while in 2011, kind of putting my toe in the water. They would make me, like my friend Graham made my first YouTube channel by putting my son's video where he's playing in the leaves and stuff. That's lost forever, though, when they banned that channel for the third video that's on my channel.
You can download all your videos.
It's gone. No.
No,
That
I mean
channel.
on your current stuff. On your current
Yeah,
channel,
I
you
didn't
just
know
go
any
into
of
the
that.
studio and you can download all your. I have
Download.
everything downloaded and stored. So
I do too now. I'm just
okay,
saying my first channel, of course,
right.
I had no. It took me a year to realize that I had my own channel. I would watch my
Somebody else
kid's
was doing it
video,
for
but I
you.
thought it was on just YouTube. And then I realized, oh my God, wait a minute, that's my channel on YouTube. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the kind of process I had to go through, all by myself, learning about the internet, dude. Really, I was lost. I knew what I wanted to do, but I had no fucking clue how to do it.
I was
It
I
was
was an early
aggravating.
adopter. I started an AOL 3.5 on dial-up with an old Pentium 133 megahertz processor and
Yeah.
32 megabytes of
You
RAM.
probably had a class or two and
Yeah,
had talked to people about it all. None of that for me. I came on here like I had my eyes closed to the internet for 20 years because I was an ET and I didn't want to get into the operating of it because it would, to me, be fake. What is valuable on a fake world? I knew how to fix the computer. I had, to that day, never actually touched the key to operate one. So, and I never had anybody to chat with about how to do things. I've never taken class on how to operate it, of course, because I just wanted information, not to know how to operate this stupid fucking thing. But of course, you kind of have to know how to run the internet to learn things. So that was a process, a very painful one. I've got stacks of computers that are in no reason to be just sitting there other than I fucked them up somehow and I don't know how to fix them.
Well, nowadays everything's so intensive you can't have those old computers. I mean, you can't even browse the internet anymore with them.
Well, I mean, like, I've got a MacBook.
Yeah.
I fucked it up, dude. I can't even get it to get back on my face where I can get in again. I have no idea what I did to it.
Fresh install operating system. That's how you solve that.
Yeah, I can't even.
You probably can't even get an operating system for it now.
I can't. I could. It's a MacBook. It's lifetime fucking update.
Well,
I know it would be running Leopard or some shit. I know that I've researched it and tried to figure it out. I can't get my shit to turn back on. It turns on, but it will not unlock. And it's. I don't know what I did.
it's all the
I
same
don't really
hardware
care.
now, anyways.
Yeah, I
Just
got
different
this
operating
thing.
systems.
I just bought this thing. Fucking $1,200 machine. It didn't cost me that much. I got it off of my buddy who makes my hash. $100.
Yeah. I got a lady that I get my used equipment from. She was one of the ones that kind of questioned a little bit my post too. So actually, it was really three people I kind of got turning. The old friend that I hang with fairly regularly. One of my clan members, my gaming clan, and then my computer lady. Just by doing 2 pictures in a post.
In a post. But it caught their attention because they've noticed it's off. It's been doing it for 10 years.
Because they see that's all I basically post about is the moon, the moon, the moon, the moon, and occasional other things, and the moon, and moon, and moon.
It's going to catch their attention if you don't get sidetracked. And that's what I love about you, John. You don't even get sidetracked on the politics. You're like, fuck that. I'm completely over that. Let's talk about the science because this is what's important.
This is how everything works.
This outweighs any politician you could point at. Any king, queen, priest, the pope. They have no power over this unless they begin to stack their magnets with Mother Earth. And then, obviously, they've made the right choice in their heart and it doesn't matter to you,
exactly.
Right?
Great point.
So, we've got the science, and I love that about you, dude. Because how can you get beyond that? You're not talking about fucking Nebuchadnezzar, you're talking about the moon. And eventually people are going to realize, this guy's, I need to look at it.
Yeah.
I respect John as a human being. I've known him personally for X, Y, or Z. I got to at least give it the chance to look at the fucking thing and give it a minute. And then you look at it a couple times and it's fucking different. And yeah, John, they're going to be like, waking up, bro, and you're doing a beautiful job of it. That's why I stay out of your group.
I just
you
gotta
see me on Facebook. I'm a wild man. I get on there, I find somebody. I don't care if they just posted 1,000 good things, but they got 2 or 3 fucking lies, man. I'll hit that lie and be like, you need to do more homework. And they're gone. I don't block them. I'll knock them off my friend list. I'm just looking for excuses to get people off my friend list. Basically.
dead weight, yeah. That's funny, Paulie, about what your daughter said. It's kind of true, but not really. She said, my daughter says that her room is a mess because of all the earthquakes.
That makes sense. But see, I mean, people like you and Pollyanna, you survived the tidal wave of me throwing foamy fits on Facebook because you're exactly what I keep telling people they need to be. Individual. You need to go get strong in your knowledge. Did you know all this shit a year and a half ago, John?
No.
Who taught you?
You taught me a little bit, but mostly me.
I pointed on a map where to go. You went.
Yeah. You filled in some gaps for me, and then I went out from there.
Yeah. I didn't teach you, though. You taught yourself. 99% of it, you taught yourself. And that's why you know what's going on. It's as simple as that. If I had to sit there and spoon-fed you like a lot of these people want, 50 questions, the first video they land on, you wouldn't have learned shit, would you? You would have gone back to like Suspicious Observer, and he would have had a like high profile. The moon's supposed to be doing fucking dippies, and then you would have started questioning yourself at that point because you hadn't done your homework.
Right. Solidify the knowledge so people can't pull the wool over your eyes.
Yeah. So what
it still happens. It still happens. I'm not fucking perfect. I do make mistakes all the time, but
yeah. Yeah.
But it makes it a lot easier. Like, I can see something on Facebook now, I'm just like, yeah, I'm not even going to bother. Nope, nope, nope. Scrolling down, nope, nope. If I'm even on Facebook now. Because it's more the group, I try to stay more off the news feed because it's just the same as everything you used to talk about. Everyone posting everything, and it's like, nope. I just get mad. It's like, come on, people, you're in my group.
John can now fly planes. Yes, you can. And because of John, you all can. I was flailing arms and legs trying to figure out how I was reading this shit so easy.
Yeah, you didn't have Scientific League like I did.
Yeah. You and Kendra kept bringing me Scientific League. Mostly Kendra. She kept bugging me with Scientific League. I didn't want to look. And then that day I saw, she brought me Ken Wheeler.
Yeah, it was
And
Ken.
that
Yeah,
picture of the fucking barrel cell, that's what caught my attention. I was like, what is that? I had to look at that. That's what caught my eye. It was the ferrule. I had never seen anything like that before. And then when I clicked on it, I couldn't get enough. I was like, oh my God, that is like a magnetician's wet dream right there. In fact, it doesn't have 2 poles, it's got 4. It reciprocates down at the fucking decretion disc. It's like, more information than I knew even existed on a fucking magnet.
he wouldn't talk about the moon either.
No, he wouldn't.
Because I bugged him in his live cast about it. Not
You know,
bugged him, but enough to where I
went
caught
back-
his attention, and he was like, "Eh," and he was
2
like,
days
he
ago,
passed
I
it
tried
up.
to get up there and look at scientifically again, brush up on some shit, and I couldn't stomach it. I was like, why am I even sending people here? I wish there was a better outlet. He's such a fuckhead. I mean, he really is. He's a fucking fuckhead. His last video where he's summarizing what he did, 3 or 4 points. He doesn't name me, but he's fucking taking hits on my ass. And he's wrong about each and every fucking thing he said. About that IRA. It isn't what he says it is. About the universe losing voltage. He has no proof of that. None.
That's his
Zero.
frame of reference.
That's his frame of reference is absolutely fucked up because he isn't looking at the big picture. We were drawing magnet signatures on those rocks because when we saw them come back, because we would know what that meant. Now we know what it meant. Lee is not willing to look at that picture. Like you said, he ain't even willing to talk about the fucking moon. If you can't get someone to fucking around the moon, how are you going to get them to understand they're looking at a magnet signature?
Oh yeah, I didn't do that with Lee. That was Ken Wheeler.
Yeah, he won't talk about
He won't.
it. Lee doesn't
I haven't
either.
tried it with Lee.
Oh, I have. He won't talk about it. And his thing on the fucking the goddamn Ark of the Covenant, it's ish. It isn't even. It is, dude. That Ark of the Covenant. Long story short, it's a fucking capacitor with opposing magnets.
Right.
How else are you going to take down the walls of Jericho without a fucking black hole? That's why they marched around the fucking walls 7 times with that thing on, and it fucking disintegrated the fucking walls. Go to figure.
It weakened the wall just like the Grand Canyon was dug.
Yeah.
That's the way.
Plasmatic.
I hadn't heard that, but as soon as you said it to me walking around, I'm like, wait a minute, hello. Electricity will dig, just like the Grand Canyon. So.
And see, that's what I gave fucking Lee, and he ran off in a different direction with it. And I was like, man, you're a fucking asshole. He really is. And even him, he sits there, he takes full fucking claim for figuring out 1748 hertz, the electromagnetic field. He takes full fucking claim on that. Even though we're the ones that brought that to him. And showed him what he was showing and educated his ass on what he was showing.
Yeah.
He even uses the pictures that fucking Robert brought in that fucking thing and fucking goes on and fucking takes full claim for it.
I didn't see that.
And
I mean,
he's
I've
a
seen it, but I
fucking
didn't
dick
get that out of
face
it.
on every one of his you can use my shit, but you better give me fucking credit. And he'll get shitty. He'll make a video about fucking you not giving him credit. And that motherfucker takes full credit for fucking discovering all that shit. I'm like, fuck you, Lee.
I know
really
he
did.
ragged on Ken a lot.
Huh?
I know he ragged on Ken Wheeler a lot.
Yeah, he did. About not giving him credit where credit's due. I've seen him do videos
Yeah,
on
stealing
Ken
his stuff,
for
yeah.
that exact thing that he just did to me and you.
No, he don't take my stuff, that's for sure. He's supposed to be sending me a piece of his work, but because I won that contest. But I haven't
I
gotten it
don't
yet.
know about his content. I've been ignoring Lee. I've just been sending people to him. Like I said, I just went to see his last compilation video of
Yeah.
give you a run that
Mhm.
I couldn't even finish it. I was so fucking pissed off. I was like, man, fuck this motherfucker. Seriously, just fuck this motherfucker. So I made a little statement and left. He probably erased it.
He's got the data that we need, though. But I don't know. That sounds also hypocritical too.
Yeah, well, I'll send people to watch that one video. I don't even know if I want to do that anymore, dog. The motherfucker is a fucking prick. But at least he's not fucking compromised by the government, so I guess I could still send him there. Ken Wheeler took down a lot of his pertinent information. If you noticed, I've got some of his videos. They're the only copy that exists in the world. He took them down off of his page. That black hole video that I use, it's gone.
Huh.
It fucking does not exist online anymore.
Yeah, I don't know.
Of his. Yeah, I've looked. That's why. That was one of my deciding factors of fucking Ken Wheeler's been highly compromised, because he started erasing his fucking very good videos. Right after he started producing the ones about how the government was getting to him.
Oh, Ken, yeah.
Yeah, not
Ken would. That doesn't surprise me one bit.
Yeah. Some of his videos I've got on mine. It's the only copy that exists in the world now. Like the one where he's lighting up that LED. It's the only one in existence. The one where he's doing the fucking black hole one with the two handheld magnets.
Yeah.
And then I do with the throw Mr. 333 in there. That video is the only one with that footage online ever in existence now, because he took all that shit and
because he got caught.
Yeah, it's gone. Either he took it down or the government did, one of the two, or both. He agreed to it, obviously.
Well, it probably contradicted his current way of teaching, so therefore he took it down. Yeah.
He did.
I thought you were talking about Lee for a minute. I'm like, oh.
Nope. Yeah. But Lee took down Scientific Lee too.
Did he? I thought the most recent video was under Lee too.
It's on Lee. It says Lee too.
Yeah.
But it's on Scientific Lee. I can't find Lee's Scientific Lee 2 channel unless he's got me blocked on it or something.
No, it's I'm looking now. I don't see it on my list.
Yeah, it's gone. He did something with his Lee channel. It's gone. But he took the videos and put them on Lee 1. Some of them. I don't know if he did them all, because like I said, I haven't been actually watching Lee for months. I already knew what Lee's describing. You know what I mean? That's how I was reading him in the first fucking place.
Yeah, it's gone.
I just didn't know that's how I was reading them, and I found that very valuable to teach people how to read these things, because you drew the 4 winds real clear, real fucking clear for me, dude. You showed me you knew you were seeing the same thing I was seeing on that airplane. That was to me the catalyst that brought it to YouTube, to teach these folks how to do it. So they owe you for that. You and your own homework, because I would have never figured that out by myself. You saw me, John. How many times have we had personal conversations where I couldn't stand the fact that I was reading these things and nobody else could? I couldn't figure it out. I didn't like it. I didn't want to be in that spotlight. Now, every one of you got your own spotlight because you can read these things, and I can live with that. You know, you helped me a lot. You know, find peace with that. I couldn't. It was eating at me in my fucking inner everything that I was the only one on the planet able to read these things. I didn't want to be that fucking special person. I couldn't handle that. And then when you brought that 4 winds to me, I was like, yeah, I'm not that special person. It's all of us. It's really all of us, folks.
And
those messages were for all of us.
And that came from Scientific Lee. He's the one that taught me that.
It did. That's why I send people to him, even though he's a dick face.
Yeah.
Gotta be fully open about it, though. The universe did not lose voltage. I can prove where the Earth did.
Right, because when we traded suns.
Yeah, and the universe is still doing its thing, though. I mean, there's a lot of fucking activity going on out there. Fucking, it did not lose fucking voltage. That was a locality thing.
Yeah.
And we were drawing that, and
that was a solar system event.
Yeah, the solar system, which is bigger than we've been described. It actually entails a bunch of suns, not just the 3. There's dead suns included, that have gone on before this started, of course, because they've gone through that whole process of fucking birth and death. That's a huge, long process. And apparently it has continued through the death of Osiris, which I look at as one of the original suns. There seems to be an original sun before Osiris, though, right? Am I wrong? I don't know.
Yeah.
Can't answer that. I can actually track it down to Osiris. I've found Osiris. He is that black moon to the big fucking giant, and it's the only dead sun I've found. It has to be Osiris, right next to that blue giant.
Mm-hmm.
Set. Horus didn't kill Set. I found that out. Set's not dead. Set, his uncle, the evil uncle that rules over Egypt and shit, and fucking he fights. Dude, that's our son. That's who our son is. It's Set. He's the angry son. And I got that from Mom. She's, Ra's so much more gentle. He's the angry son. That's why he burns you and fucking... I'm all like, oh my God. It's Set, dude. It's gotta be Set. He's gonna fight him again. You know what I mean? That's how the sons are gonna be fighting. He's gonna suck him black like sackcloth and all of that they wrote about. It makes so much sense if he's Set, because they fight. Horus is the red sun,
Mm-hmm.
and he's gonna suck fucking Set dry and then blow off. It's physics. That's how they do it. We see that in observable space, where a red dwarf will suck off a white sun or fucking and gain its energy and then pop off a full corona fucking nova, a supernova, or a fucking micronova, depending on what stage they're in. Well, I have a big feeling that this is one of Horus's. This is going to be one of his development stages. It's not going to be a micronova like last time. It's going to be a sun nova, where he's going to explode and be brighter. We just saw one August 6, 2014. First one, it used to be a theory. It called it a nova star explosion. It used to be a theory that a sun could explode,
Mm-hmm.
have a nova event, yet ignite brighter than it was before. I saw it with my own eyes, and I've told about it several times. With witnesses. Kevin was down tying his shoes. It was so bright, it flashbulbed the whole world.
On the night side, yeah.
In Delphi. It was in Delphi when I was pointing at the fucking thing. Literally pointing at it when it happened. And talking about how I was opening a new chapter in this, because the search for why we're on our side had been concluded that night.
See you later, Polly.
And then, have a good night, Polly. Or a good day.
She's going
Enjoy
to go
the
swimming.
fireworks if you get any. But then I had opened up a new chapter, shit hits the fan. And that was my statement. And then God closed the chapter on a fucking whole solar system and opened up a brand new book. I was like, oh my God, that is so fucking... I was so little at that point in time. Like, God just showed me how to do it right. You know what I mean? That was... Dude, that's not coincidence. That's what's fixing to happen.
Right, and that's
Because
where Horus sucks
Is
the
gonna-
Set dry with form coronal holes. That's where the magnetic changeover can happen, where you
Yes.
transition suns.
And this is where Horus attains the brightness of his father, because he, of all the gods, was born a baby, and he's had to grow. He is destined to become a bright light like his father. That's the story on Horus, man. That's legend. That's for a reason. Because that sun is going to be bright this time. And it's going to be a different kind of explosion. We need shields on this planet.
I just hope that happens sooner than all this other crap goes on here, where we get into a big mess. And it's the timing, though, that the timing suggests that we still got a few more years to go, based on the way the government's moving.
Yeah, a couple years. But before that happens, we have to see Ra pass us. I don't know how long it would take. It's taken 10 years to get them this close since they turned us on our side. Mm-hmm. Now we're starting to see the influence of the other planets on our poles. The North Pole's doing fucking crazy shit. And I maintain it's not our North Pole doing that. It's the influence of these other magnets that's making the instrumentation wobble and look like the North Pole's traveling. It's not. We're literally fixated on our pole still. The only reason for that pole to travel is if Mom was shutting it off and turning the polarity back to her original negative polarity. I don't know how she does that. I do know she has to come to a full stop at some point. That's what happened the last time. She was unconscious. They had knocked her out and they changed her polarity and locked us all onto this sun. We described that.
Well, one way to change polarity, like if you have a ring magnet and you break it, the poles shift on one of them. It has to.
Yeah.
Because you'll have the two norths, two souths, even on a ring magnet, because they'll be separated by their inertial lines. But so it's north, north, south, south, and then when you break the ring, the fields automatically
shift each other. Yes. Yeah. And if you think of it like that,
I was just thinking, like, how are we going to make a polarity shift? Well, you break a ring magnet, that causes a shift. The only way would be another magnet influence.
I think what is going to happen...
It wouldn't change it, it would just influence it.
They're going to take the energy out of Set. And momentarily, that's going to unlock us.
Yeah.
At that point in time, she has to change polarity or fly into Ra.
Or Ra's energy then sets our polarity.
Yeah.
Because then with Set's energy drops, therefore the magnetic field weakens, therefore Ra takes over the magnetic lock, and then the polarity could change because one weakened, therefore we shifted to the other stronger magnet.
Well, that's the whole point. I'm stating it wrong.
Are we just seeing the same thing, just saying it differently?
When she changes, what I'm actually trying to make the point of is when she changes that polarity, the spin will change.
Right.
Regardless of how fast she's spinning in this direction. That's why we're seeing the magnetic braking now. Her and these other planets are trying to slow us down before that happens. Because the whole problem with life on Earth the last time, we were going full bore.
Yeah.
When they switched her onto this sun. And that's why the Cretaceous boundary even exists, because everything went sideways.
Hence the Adam and Eve story.
We went into, yes.
They were telling the past history and calling it what is going to happen again.
And that's why there's an actual physical thick layer of fuck that happened that she wants to avoid this time. She wants to bring everybody with her instead of fucking everybody becoming that thick layer of fuck. again. So that's where we're at in time, and that's why we're seeing these crazy reactions on the West Coasts already. I mean, we're seeing them get higher and higher tides. We're slowing down. Even NASA came out and said our spin's slowing. They left it a mystery and blamed it on the moon, maybe. They did. It might be the moon. And I'm like, you guys are just fucking, you know what's causing it.
They're just getting ahead of the story. That's what they're doing.
They're
getting ahead of it.
They're coming out and telling you. Exactly.
Telling us how to think.
That's what's happening. Our shit's slowing down. And all that magnet that's going on in the compression is why it's slowing down. It's called magnetic braking. And that's a thing. That's something we utilize here on Earth for high-speed trains. You know, that's how they brake. They brake with magnets instead of locking up the wheels nowadays. It's a lot more efficient. And it's easier
less
to
wear
control.
and tear.
Yeah, absolutely. They use electron magnets. It's generated with the electricity anyways. So, you know, I mean, that's what we're seeing on a planetary scale. And, you know, when you break down the physics of it, people have, if they've gotten past the moon, they have no other choice but to fucking go and look at these things that you point out to them and understand in the end, that's how it is. That way you know how it is. You know, you go and look at these things.
All right, so how would, I mean, I have my way, how would someone document the Earth spinning? In me, the way I do it is...
The spin is changing?
Well, the Earth is spinning and we watch time for that.
Yeah, you watch time and you watch the tides.
Yeah.
The tides change more than the time even. Because just the slightest nudge to stop, a few seconds, do the math. That's still a couple 100 miles an hour. It's not a big change. But that water is used to going that couple 100 miles an hour faster. It's going to keep coming until it stops coming, and then your high tide's going to roll back out. They seem to be doing these maneuvers with the full moon. I mean, like, you got to keep in mind, it's not just Mom that's sentient. They know what they're doing, bro. They're doing this with the full moon so the tide pulls back out instead of fucking really inundates. You know what I mean? They know planetary mechanics better than I do. I'm watching the results of what's going on, and I'm realizing it's always happening at the same times of the month. And they're using that moon. They're the Anunnaki tool against us. They're using their own tool against them. I love it.
Right, you'll hear the stories about, oh, well, they changed time, the distraction story for the time change is all planned out and stuff. You know, you see those stories too, but all you gotta do is have an analog clock that is not connected to the internet at all, that can't be influenced.
Yeah.
A battery operated clock, and I have two of them that I keep an eye on. I haven't looked at it. Well, one of them's right here. So 12:00. It says it's 2:07. But my cell phone says 1:42 and my computer says 1:43.
They're changing the times.
It used to be 15 minutes difference. Now it's obviously more around 23 minutes, 22 minutes.
Yeah, about that, 22, 23. Very slowly they're changing the time because, like I said, it's only a couple 100 miles an hour that she's changing because she doesn't want to kill anybody.
Right, and they adjust the clocks they can so that we don't notice it.
And it's so slow that if you don't physically fucking monitor it, it's going to escape your attention. But how are people going to monitor that if they can't look at the moon?
Tomorrow too.
You know, that's what I keep saying to people. I'm giving you the obvious stuff. I am giving you the obvious, like, map in your face. If you can't get by that, you're never going to see these details. But once you start seeing the details, you're like, oh my God, there is so many more than 3 correlations per fucking point that we're making.
Mm-hmm.
Everything you literally look at lines up with what's fucking happening. There is no denying it. The detail of what all these aspects that we talk about, like I said,
Like the zodiacs prove that the Earth is on the tilt too, because the zodiacs are vertical now rather than horizontal on the ecliptic.
Horizontal. Yes.
So it shows that the ecliptic plane is now vertical. Obviously, it shows the tilt of that we're still doing, but instead of the ecliptic here, the ecliptic is this.
Yeah.
And the zodiacs show it.
NASA comes out and said sometime this last year that all the planets have tilted on their axis. Does that mean that Planet X is on its way?
No.
That's a NASA story. They said all the planets have tilted. And I'm all like, yeah. They didn't exclude Earth in that. They did not exclude Earth in that story. They said all the planets' axes have tilted, like Neptune. Or Uranus.
Uranus, yeah.
Uranus. Yeah.
And that's why
Like,
I kept looking at pictures of Saturn because of the rings. Because you'd see pictures, people would take pictures, amateur pictures, and the rings are tilted.
And they're tilted.
And you look online and they're not.
It's all, anything on the ecliptic's doing the same spin. Yes. It's fucking beautiful when you start looking at all these outer connections to that. It's not just the moon. It's the entire fucking solar system, the entire galaxy, the entire observable universe is doing a fucking cartwheel. It's gotta be us.
Piety doing a video with the sun and the sunspots.
Yep. Even the sunspots are doing their cartwheel, but that's so hard to see without the actual filters and all that shit. You know, you're looking at the sun standing here on the ground, you can't see it flipping. You know, like
right,
you can the moon. The moon's much more discernible, but yeah, absolutely, the sun is doing the exact same 180-degree roll every day. And people don't even think about why is Venus rising before the sun and setting after the sun. It's in the sky 2 hours longer than the fucking sun. The only way for that to happen is for the fucking day sky to roll, too. That's why you see Venus in the morning, Venus at night. How is that even possible?
I'll be right back.
Your clock is internal, Sandia. Yeah, you can see the sun moving fucking extreme sideways in the morning. It's really good when it's up against that horizon, man. It's like, it moves like 45 fucking degrees on a poof really fast. In the first 2 hours, it's up. Like, it's like, wow, dude, that shouldn't be doing that. But it is. I see that motherfucker rise first thing in the morning about fucking 5:30, 5:30 in the morning. It is due north. It is fucking due north, man. And then that thing goes poof over this way. And it's like, damn. And then this morning I'm reading where flash thawing in Russia, Arctic, is terrifying scientists and shows big fires going on and shit. And I'm like, you know, if you're pointing your fucking North Pole directly at the sun, you're going to have a little bit of polar melt.
Yep.
Go figure. And they act like it's a big mystery as to why it's happening. It's baffling scientists. Well, all you gotta do is wake up about 5 o'clock in the morning and see where the fucking sun's rising, and baffleization completely done. You're over. It's like, oh, there's the North Pole, there's the fucking sun, pointing directly at that shit. It's gonna melt. What happened to my tropic lines? They're a moot point at this point. Do the math. They're way circumvented. You know, there's formulas you can figure out where the sun should be. It's not there. According to your latitude, it's not fucking there. And it hasn't been for a while now.
One thing you could do is you can look at the U.S. Naval Observatory website, and they track where the sun should be rising and setting based on your location.
Yeah.
And then you break a compass out, and you realize even then it still doesn't even match.
It doesn't even matter.
Because they're even correcting them. You would think
Yeah.
they would be correcting it based on the tilt, but even you pull out your compass and it doesn't match.
They can't control all the variables now. Because, of course, the more planets are pulling on your compass. One. Two, we're wobbling faster than they can keep up with.
Yeah, damn right we are. Big time now. And the wobble used to be kind of slow, and now it's just like, it's almost becoming a daily thing.
Yes.
And you can see it on ISWA. You can see the Earth tilt, the major tilts on ISWA.
Sometimes 2 or 3 times a day.
Yeah.
It's fucking amazing. You can watch it in the sky, real time.
Because I'd done a post that's like, oh, the Earth tilted. I bet you the sun's going to be more toward the south in the morning. And then by morning it come around, it had already tilted back.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And people was like, no, it's to the south, or to the north, not the south.
To the
I'm like,
north.
yeah. It tilted back.
Yeah, and you can show that in ISWA where it did. It tilted back.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, well, I was going off of if it was still tilted that way. Because I remember that night I had asked you, I was like, did you see that, John? Do you see the tilt? And you're like, yeah, it tilted a little bit. And then the next morning it was back to extreme south again. I was like, wow, that was 2 tilts within 12 fucking hours to a 45-degree fucking angle. And I could see the fucking change in my stars, and the sun the next morning was right back where it was in the north. I was like, wow, fucking amazing.
I've been trying to catch an actual north magnetic reading based on Polaris, but I haven't been able to because of the clouds. But the clouds come in every night now, and it's been too difficult. Like I told you like a week ago, I was like, holy cow, because where it was in this early spring, late winter, it was at, in the spot I go and look at it because it's nice 360-degree range. The mountains are way out, and nothing around me blocking anything. And the Big Dipper was here, and now the Big Dipper is way over here, and I'm still trying to get a compass reading on it to make sure, and just to see how far off. And I know the Big Dipper is going to go around Polaris. But Polaris was over here too, not just the Big Dipper going around and it changing its position in the sky as it goes around. Everything was over.
And it should, but if you look at the handle,
I just mean the position where Polaris had shifted from here to here in like a month.
Yeah. And if you watch it all night, though, the Big Dipper is not just doing a thing around Polaris. It's literally dipping back in the sky.
Yeah.
It's setting. In other words,
shifting. Instead of just rotating on the axis, it's
shifting like
right,
everything.
Everything is Polaris,
it gives
and
the appearance that it's doing the thing it used to, but it's doing it it's doing it backwards from where it should be moving this way. It's moving this way.
Yeah.
In the sky.
Mm-hmm.
You bet. And if you look at it and get your cameo shots every now and again in fucking Polaris, sometimes it's in the fucking southeast, sometimes it's due east, sometimes it's in the north. But it's never staying in the north. It depends on what time of night it is. Because it is also following, of course, the Big Dipper across the sky.
Yeah, another I think it was Crystal or DK or sundials, endangered species. Check out your sundials you have in your towns, and see if they're correct.
Or buy one.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's just a way of If you
I got my
can
very
find one
own
in your town and
computer
not have to go
compass.
buy one, go look and see if it's showing correct.
This
No
is
one,
one
I
of
bet you
those.
no one's looking.
Yeah, no. Well, the people that are finding that it's off.
Yeah,
I've seen some videos on it, but a lot of people don't understand it. So I don't. Like I said, if you can't understand the moon, why am I going to complicate things?
right. That's why we use the moon, because it's the simplest seed to set.
Yeah, it's very easy to see that it's doing a cartwheel. That's all you really need to know. If you know anything about light and shadow, and the moon's not supposed to wax and wane in one night.
Mm-hmm.
And a 180-degree flip, there's only one way to describe that. In reality, you're going from wax to wane in one night. That's a monthly process. That should fucking key you into the fact that something is fucking wrong.
Right. Here, I should be able to do it, hopefully. So as we turn normally, everything follows the ecliptic. But when you tilt over, everything starts to do this.
Yeah, there you go. Beautiful. And yeah, your compasses probably won't agree. At some point, not every day, but at some point, I would expect to watch my compass literally take off spinning. Maybe turn point south. I've seen mine do all of that.
Mine's not that sensitive.
Expect it.
My brother has a nice one and an old survey instrument from my grandfather, and I got him to set. Well, he has it in one of his rooms of his house, so I was like, let's see if it changes. And I haven't had a chance to go back and say, is it still pointing the exact same way? That's how I was trying to get to him, because he don't want to look at anything. He severely wants to keep his head in the sand.
Yeah. Is his transit changing though?
I don't know. I haven't had a chance to go check. We wrote down the degree it was pointing at,
Yeah.
for north, where it pointed north and what degree we just had it set up and leveled at, so it didn't really matter what degree. It's just that whether it changed or not.
Yeah. Exactly. I'm sure it is changing daily. Fuck, it probably turns around backwards. Kevin, the guy that Kenna and Kevin, the guys, the couple that watched the Nova with me, he had transits. He was a surveyor.
Yeah.
And he set his up, and he came running over one day when it was pointing south, freaking out.
Yeah. I consider myself a third generation surveyor. My grandfather was a surveyor, my dad was a surveyor, and I grew up surveying with him as long as all of us boys did. So I have that background.
Haven't they?
I'm just not a surveyor. But
the rules have changed, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, I've got the background.
All I'm saying is it's a little different than when your dad was doing it nowadays.
Well, yeah, compared to even when my grandfather did it, where they pulled chain everywhere and had very simple instruments, transits, and
it's a lot
now
more
it's all GPS navigation and lasers and robots, and now it's one-man instrument crew, survey crews. Yeah. Now you don't even have to have the reflector to do some work. You just point the instrument at the ground and it reflects right back and gives the data.
Yep. Lets you know what's going on.
Laser scanning is a big deal now too, where it's just one instrument, where you don't even need a person now. It's just set up the instrument, laser scanner, it just does slices all the way around 360 degrees, and you can do whole streets, and then every point is something that they can look at. It's like a dot cloud.
Full survey, leaving no question, absolute accuracy.
Yep.
And they say that they couldn't have made the pyramid that perfect unless they had that technology, because we have never had the technology to even so much as measure the pyramid to that accuracy without the laser fucking transits.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, so we couldn't even measure it until recent years. And they're trying to tell us that they did this with fucking stone tools.
Rolling logs, yeah.
It's fucking ridiculous.
There's a picture on my boss's back of his wall. It's like, this is how to be a leader versus a boss. And that's what it is Egyptians pulling a block with rolling logs. The leader is in the front leading them, while the boss is standing up on his pedestal telling them what to do. But it's just funny. It's the Egyptians, rolling these big, huge blocks on logs.
On logs, yeah. Like that happened, ever.
Well, I'm sure somebody's done it, in the middle of the woods trying to move something, but not the Egyptians.
Not that big. And I mean,
they're not rolling stone in from 1,000 miles like that.
Well, the physics say that if you lay a stone that big on a log, I don't care how many logs you have under it, it's going to flatten each and every one of them simultaneously.
Yeah.
So it'll become pulp. There will be no rolling. You got a 200-ton fucking stone over 50 fucking logs. Every one of those fucking logs becomes pulp.
Yeah. And if not, it will be within 500 feet.
Well, I mean, the weight of the mass itself and the tensile strength of the wood screams there is no fucking lining enough wood under a rock that big to hold it up.
No.
It's not going to do it. That's why they have to hold them up with other rocks. They couldn't wood frame that shit. That's it's impossible because the tensile strength of the wood doesn't equal up to holding that kind of mass, especially when you figure, okay, they had to get the mass on one log in the first place.
Yeah.
How could they have possibly gotten them all on there simultaneously, which would still be too much mass for the fucking logs themselves, mathematically?
Yeah.
You're going to crush them all simultaneously, like they didn't exist. It would be like, boop, right on them, they'd be flat logs.
Yeah.
Instantaneously, they would be flat.
Or pushed into the ground, maybe, even.
Well, that too. I mean, if it didn't flatten the log exactly, it would push it into the ground, of course. Because it ain't going to push it into the stone. But that's where I'm at. I mean, you did this on sand? You rolled logs with it on sand. No, you did not.
That's a good observation, N.A. She says the trees in my area have moss on all sides instead of just the north.
Yeah, instead of just the north side, yeah. Yeah, yes, thank you. Very good observation. See, that's why I like N.A. too. N.A. goes out and looks for shit like this. She's like, well, you know what? It is adding up.
Yeah.
Fuck, the trees are all hollow and they're bursting out in fucking flame. What do you think that's going on for? Has that ever happened in your life? Mine either. My grandpa's, they never talked about that. But we're seeing it today. Now we know the mechanism that causes a third of the trees to fucking burn. Microwaves.
Even though they have self-sprinkler systems and armor.
Yeah.
It's not due.
It's not to do. Yeah, exactly. Your house isn't replenishing water with the way that tree is. It doesn't have living bark to protect it from the fire.
Nope.
That's why, a little breeze goes through, your house is going to go up. That tree won't.
I'm just shocked about how people have forgotten about bark.
Yeah, I know.
They look at it every day with a tree in their yard, but they can't realize what it's for.
Because somebody shows them a pretty picture of a colored light streak coming down out of their fucking faked dew, and they believe that these fucking weaponized lasers are actually pretty red and pretty blue, and they explode when they hit something. They have no idea what the fucking laser is. And weaponized, why would they color it? Because you have to go out of your way to color a laser. Lasers are not seen. A laser left on its own, amplified light, is not something that you're visibly going to see the beam of.
Right.
Unless you purposely color that beam. Why would a weapon be purposely colored? You're going to lead it right back to the fucking weapon itself. It's counterproductive. Military does not color its weapons.
Yeah.
And point number 2, lasers do not fucking explode.
Right, so that what it boils down to is once you learn the knowledge, you start to decipher things, stories like that, as
Exactly.
very, very quickly, and you
Your
don't get
homework.
trapped. So
Look, you were on Facebook when the do thing came out, and I asked Peter. I said, Peter, how are they doing this? And he gave us a video explaining how to make a do show up on your camera by just swiping your fucking camera lens. And literally, I tried it, and I was like, oh my god, I've got a do on my phone. Instantly, just fucking streak whatever light you're looking at will streak if you move it that sideways with your fucking greasy finger on your screen. You're gonna get a swoop, and if it doesn't come out right, swoop it again.
oh yeah,
It's amazing. I was like, oh my god, and then you look at it, and it's exactly how they're doing it.
yeah.
They
But my
know-
point is how if just people just fall for those things, and you get that basics of understanding on
Yeah.
just how things work, and you can filter those
And
things out like
me
that very quickly. And
being the fucking instantaneous asshole, just add water or do. Either way, it works great. I focus on the one doing the actual photo because that person, inside their soul, is a dark, fucking ugly beast.
yeah,
They know what they're doing. They had to intentionally do that to their fucking screen and take a picture, overlay it with a fucking explosion and call it something. And make it look like something so they could intentionally mislead somebody.
well, they're doing it for views too, to make more money.
Whatever they're doing it for.
Yeah. Either way, it's not right.
It's not right. It's misleading humanity.
Yep.
And it's mass. It's in mass. It catches on. As soon as they see, it's like, boom, it's everywhere. That lie is perpetuated on every Facebook page.
Yep.
And then I get them off of my fucking friend list because they didn't do their homework. It's that simple. It's not personal. It's just I'm tired of looking at your idiocy. Your self-inflicted ignorance. I can't take it. If you want to be self-inflicted ignorant, you're going to have to do it in your own corner. Get out of mine. That's where I'm at. I'm not going to tell you how to feel. I'm not going to tell you how to think. I'll just tell you, you're a fucktard because you don't fucking do your fucking research. Goodbye. And that's my last statement to you. If you press that, I promise you a block list is coming soon. Because I don't have time for it. I
Yeah, it's
really
just
don't.
one easy way to get along with Eric: do your homework and learn.
Do your homework,
Do your
see?
part, and then I won't have any issues. I can
Don't
speak
spread
by
lies.
experience. I'm a high school dropout. I made it through 11th grade when I realized that this is just not gonna get me any further than I'm going to be in my life and my situation. So I was like, "No, I'm done." And
John took his own education
just-
into his own hands.
figure this stuff out and stop looking at. I mean, YouTube has a few answers. Yeah, we push scientifically, and of course our channels, but it's not.
That's
The
not
answers are
what
not on
you're worried
Facebook and YouTube. They're under a search engine,
Yes.
and then you still got to decipher through all that mess and what's lies and what's real. But once you get those very few basics, and understanding how, from the molecular to the galactic, you can decipher all the other bullshit real quick.
Yeah.
Because that doesn't make sense when I know it should do this, so that's not right. Saves you a lot of time. You don't have to sit here and research everything about 5G because you already know the basics. It's like frequency behavior. With my cable TV training, I know a gigahertz range frequency is not gonna travel. It's not gonna travel near as far as a megahertz frequency. I use it in my daily life now, but I learned it with Comcast and frequency behaviors and to do my job to troubleshoot fix cable people TV. That's all it is. If I know my network channels were acting up, I knew to look at fittings. If the digital channels or my high-speed internet was acting up, to look at the high frequencies or look at the cables.
You
Because they
see
each
a
had,
definite interference with the high frequencies coming in
Right.
in that ionosphere.
and
That's
with
what's
my
involved.
utility locating, I know a low frequency is going to require more output to travel just as far. Well, I'm sorry. A low frequency will travel farther than a high frequency will. The high frequency will still require more power and still not go as far, because I learned that with the more metal in my utility, the more power output and the lower frequency I have to use to get it.
DK, the Hush Puppy is a piece of fucking dog shit.
Yeah, don't bother with Hush Puppy. He made a video about me.
Well, she was asking, was she wrong? And I'm like, no, you're not wrong. Hush Puppy is a fucking complete piece of fucking dog shit. A dark fucking ugly fucking piece of dog shit inside his fucking burning eternal fucking soul. He's a sap-sucking fuck. How's that? You were not wrong.
Yeah, Hush Puppy is one of the channels I tried to take the moon to, and he decided after I embarrassed him to make a video about me once he deleted all the other comments and only left the ones that made him look good and then made a video about it. So I learned real quick about Hush Puppy.
He is a piece of dog shit, yes, Chris. DK, you've done your homework. You can spot a fucking piece of dog shit.
Mm-hmm. And it's sad that we have to teach these skills to get people to teach people how to not look at these channels, but that's what we got to do, you know.
How many years are we working against this propaganda that we didn't even know was going on? You know?
Well, 2.5 years for me.
Well, I mean, yeah, well, exactly. But, I mean, how many years was the propaganda going on that we didn't even know about? I didn't know Nancy Leader was out here for 20 years talking about eat your dog. The fucking Palladians are back.
Yeah, who knows how long. Longer than our lifetimes.
That's
combined,
what I'm saying.
probably.
They have been preparing for you and I for a long time, and we have our work cut out for us. But it should be much more simple than it is. Mm-hmm. That just shows you the willpower of the individual is required here. They have to take self-responsibility for their own necks.
We are against millions.
Yeah, instead of waiting for somebody to hand it to them. And this very society in America has been geared, not only the misinformation, but the society itself has been geared to where thug is important and intelligence is laughed at.
Survival of the fittest, that's where that ties in. We're supposed to cooperate, not compete.
In every aspect of society, they have geared us towards this event and to get everybody looking away from it.
Five hours.
5 hours quakes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured we were going to hit a short point today.
Yellowstone's quiet.
At
least for the last 5 hours it has been.
I was like, give it about 2 more hours, we're going to start seeing some more volcanic activity. If the continuing trend continues with the induction heating she's been putting out today and the pushing. It can only take so much per day, and then it gives off a poof, 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 builds up to a little bit more of a poof, poof, poof on the night side, and then it rolls through the morning pretty calm in a pattern like that. Yesterday it popped off a little bit early. I was, like I said, I was expecting some 6s yesterday instead of the 5s. We got a couple 5.9s, pretty close.
Yeah.
But I had told only you that, because I was on my way out the door when we were talking about it. I didn't. Like I said, you know, I don't give predictions anymore. I'm too good at it. People get all fucking, you're psychic and shit. That is not what I'm trying to convey. I'm trying to convey this is happening for a reason, and people fucking bypass that when I start doing shit like that.
Right.
You're like, oh.
You understand the closed field lines, you understand the induction heating that powers the closed field lines. Well, the induction heating is causing so many of these other things that we're seeing here on Earth. There's new pictures out about big cracks forming. That's induction heating. You know, your ball is what happens when you heat up a ball. It's going to expand and crack. The earthquakes, the oceans warming, the increased weather, All the flooding is because the ocean's warmer, because the core is warming.
Yep.
The earthquake's increasing because the core is warming. The volcano's increasing because the core is warming. It's not because of planet Nibiru. It's not
Anything
gonna,
metal, even in the
Nibiru, a
surface.
planet near us, isn't going to cause our core to start heating up because of the energy flowing through it to do the pushing creates electricity, and electricity flowing through matter creates heat, so therefore
Yeah.
the planet is expanding due to the heat, causing earthquakes, tornadoes, all this increased weather because the oceans are warming that are fueling all that, and that's why all the flooding along the equator is freaking outrageous already.
And in my lifetime, I can honestly say I have seen a lot of models come and go of that magnetosphere. They used it in training in the Navy back 30 fucking years ago. The electron magnets and the magnetospheres and the known properties and shit like that. I've never seen a magnetosphere draw in power from the fucking bow shock before. It's never been discussed. It's never been observed. That just started this last year. When right before Raw started showing up, we started seeing closed field lines all the way back in the field and induction heating coming in from the bow shock. I've monitored this shit for fucking years on my Facebook, and you can see clearly that's never happened before. Ever. And now it's happening every day, pretty much all day. And it coincides with all this volcanic shaking and quaking on the volcanoes. That's never been a thing before either. It usually has been just tectonic quakes. It's not happening so much anymore. It's centered in volcanic regions that we're seeing these big quakes. It's no longer like every now and again we'll see a tectonic slip. What's wrong, Bob? That's little Chico. He's having a pain or cramp or something. What's the matter, baby? What's the matter? What's wrong? Oh. You got poop? Did he? Yeah, shake me on it. Please. You jump it. Put him down. There you go. He's too small for his own good. He does that 2 or 3 times a day. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with Chico. But he's done that since we've owned him.
I was gonna say, well, maybe muscle cramps from all the being out walking around and maybe a little dehydrated. But if it's been a long-term thing, I don't know.
Yeah, it's been since we've owned him. Every now and again, he'll let out a little squeak like that and act like he's froze up. He's having a cramp of some sort.
Yeah.
Pick it up, pick it up.
Is the litter out on the...
Yeah, it's up here.
Okay.
Then bring him back in and feed him. See if he wants to eat. Poor Chico. We adopted him. He was broken when we got him.
We adopted him too.
Did you? No.
Yeah, he'd been abused and stuff.
Yeah.
He was all
Looks like-
rot. He didn't have most of his hair was gone, and when we got him,
He looks happy.
yeah, he was found roaming around. Got picked
No,
up and
rescue dogs usually appreciate their new owners. You know, they know what it's like to have a shithead, and they appreciate the good treatment. After a while, they get to love you even more than a dog that you had from when they was a puppy. You know.
Well, they thought he'd been chained up his whole life.
Yeah. Now he's got interaction with people and stuff. He feels like part of the family. That in itself will make a dog healthy. Alright, well, see if he wants any food. You got his food mixed up. She's still laying here. Take advantage of it. She gets shitty if you try to feed Chico anything. She wants it. We have to lock him in the bathroom.
Well, it's
lock
like
her out.
that's the alpha thing. Alpha gets to eat first.
Yeah, she wants it. She trips.
So we had to do that with him. Is we always feed him after we eat,
Yeah.
just to keep the alpha thing going.
Well, I've started a new thing because I don't know. It seems like he's getting old, so he's more frequently doing that whole yelly thing and cramping up. So we've changed his food to. It's more of a smaller breed food.
Uh-huh.
Kind of give him a little bit of wet food with it. Cat food type stuff or the dog stuff.
Right.
You can't even give him like that prime cuts because he's so small and he's so fucking paranoid about his food. He'll gulp down one of those soft food nuggets and choke on it.
Right.
You know, so I had to give him like the cat food minced up shit. So I've said that you know, my highest suspicion has come to light and fruition that Chico's actually a cat.
We have to give him soft food now because he's up there in age too.
Getting old. Yeah, Patches is still on the good food, but on the hard food anyway, on the cheap shit. She gets by on cheap shit, but I give her every time I feed her. I'll take some of my rice and bean soup, pour over it or something. You know, she gets the bacon grease over her food. Shit, she gets extras. You know.
Yeah.
She doesn't just get the cheap food. That's just a corn filler.
Well, I think that's your first one since we started.
What's that?
Your first bowl since we
That's
started.
the one I packed in the beginning. I don't smoke a whole lot. I got a head rush off of that motherfucker.
Yeah.
See, I won't need to hit it again for another 20 minutes. I get sitting here talking. I'll forget I had it in my hand.
Yep.
But I was playing with my hash, and the only reason I hit that is because I just wanted to taste it. Oh, I love fucking Colorado, man. I've had my medicals for a long time in California, but they don't reciprocate from state to state medical.
No.
So I've never had to get my medical here in Colorado. It's all recreational. I kind of dig that a lot. I'm gonna go get some milk. Bathroom break. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Stay on my bed, crazy.
Well, now I gotta keep it going. Let's see. Let's see what volcanoes are going on. What you guys talking about over here? Oh, 28,000 feet here. Flight level 280, 28,000. And Dacono 7,000. 28,000 is a pretty big blast though. I saw that name again here. No, emissions. Emissions. No. We'll see if these models are showing, even though they're not very good, because they don't have magnetics in these models. They just velocity, density, and pressure, but no magnetics. I mean, it's some, but not like ISWA. I'm doing good, Tom.
Come on. Come on. Get out of there.
Enjoying this. I got a 4-day weekend this weekend, so that's always a good thing.
Put the child gate up for you. Come on. Now you're locked in, biatch. She's trapped. It was funny. I had to put up the child gate because he's feeding Chico. Patches is acting like an idiot. And I put up the child gate. She watched me do that. And she ran out the door. And I was like, no, come here, come on. She come running into the door. And ran, because I got a little sheet up here, got the AC running, so it doesn't go into that part of the house. She didn't see the gate. She totally forgot I'd put the gate up. And I smacked fucking dab into the
Let's
gate.
go running through the sheet. Bam!
So I got to shut the door while she was bouncing off the gate. That was fucking hilarious. Oh shit.
Yeah, DK, these are sucky models. That's why I don't really use them.
Look at her. Look at her stupid ass. She's just laying there by the child gate saying, I'm gonna get me some of that Chico food. She's convinced. Like, I'm gonna get me some. Oh my god, that's good stuff. Go, Patches, go. She greedy. She really, really greedy with his shit. Poor dog. Thank you, I needed that bathroom break. I had a fucking pee cramp, man. I was like, fuck.
That's what I did a few minutes ago.
There's all that coffee I drank this morning. Look at my coffee tool. I love this shit.
Yep.
I don't have to keep my percolator plugged in. I'll just pour it in here when it's done, and I can have it until lunch, or else I'm done with it.
Yeah.
Keeps it nice and hot. I love that shit. I ain't never had a coffee carafe of my own. I feel like I'm in an IHOP every
Yeah, I was
morning.
gonna say at Denny's or IHOP.
Fucking great. Life is good when you got a coffee carafe. You definitely feel like the king.
No, Natural Born Rebel, is that on your channel? I'm assuming. One thing I don't really think you're gonna see our atmosphere react, or clouds react to other planets that close in, because once they get too close to really interact with our atmosphere, it's gonna be pulled in. So I just see people posting pictures of clouds and calling them planets and moons, and it's like,
Yeah.
you can't have another atmosphere inside our atmosphere.
Yeah.
And in fact, I got a couple of members that just joined that are in that group, and it's just like, okay, well, I guess I'll have to deal with them soon.
Yeah.
You know who I'm talking about, that group, too.
Yeah, I usually unfriend those people really fast.
Well,
I
I
just
mean,
can't
I've been
stand
letting
to
them
look at
in
it.
so they can learn.
I know you got way more patience than I do, John. Jesus Christ! I see that shit. I'm all like, oh yeah, this person's way too much work. They're not willing to actually filter out bullshit. They're fucking spreading it. And yeah, that kind of. I mean, come on, man. That's pretty obvious. That's basic shit right there. You're not gonna see another planet's atmosphere inside ours and not be guessing about what the fuck it is. It's gonna be there. Your atmosphere's gonna be fucking mixing, and you're gonna be fucking shooting plasmatic bolts at each other.
Right, you're not going to get a picture of another atmosphere while standing on the ground here. You know, you're not going to get through our atmosphere and get a picture of another atmosphere. No. And you were talking about, right, a lot of symbols that elite groups use are energy symbols. And you'll see that. The pine cone in architecture and buildings, the pine cone, the flower, Vesica Pisces, Halo Wave, that's all depicted in those elite group symbols, because they know how energy works. but they
And
can't use it. They can only use it in their artwork and stuff.
No, yeah, it's like the Vatican's got the pine cone sitting out there as their centerpiece.
Right.
Yeah,
The pine cone's dark energy, and the flower is light energy because the flower is coming. If you look at the earth and the four winds, and the splash down of the earth, of the energy into earth is the flower, and then the halo wave out the back on the dark side is where you get the light energy and the dark energy from.
Yeah, that is the hole, or the suck, the convergence, whatever you want to call it. Lee shows that it's fat at the bottom, and it goes skinny at the top, like a flower bud.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like a
pine cone.
That's exactly what you're looking at. The suck. The Vatican sucks. But yeah, now we know what that pine cone stands for in the Sumerian text. We know exactly what that fucking is now. But what are they doing with it? Manipulating that tree, causing that magnetics and interactions and frequency at 1748 hertz. Oof. He's manipulating the tree of life.
Yep, they understand all that, and that's why they use those symbols, energy symbols, and everything.
Yep.
But we don't know about it, so that's why we're showing the wrong model so that we won't know about it. But we figured it out.
Yeah. And I think, like I keep saying, there's only one reason they keep my channel still here, John. They learn stuff from us that they forgot.
I wonder when my channel, if I'm like, the moon is such a big taboo topic, well, half of my videos are about the moon and I'm still here.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I mean, if it's such a big taboo thing, I think it's part of just the dramatics of keeping people distracted with the other things about the moon. Because there was the rolling line that people recorded. There was one guy that they say lost his channel over it because he recorded the rolling line over the moon, and I just don't see how that could really happen except for the cameras doing it.
Yeah.
But there are channels that say, "Oh, I got my stuff blocked and all that." It's just to hype up the channel. That's all it is. It's not really the topic they're talking about. It's just to hype the channel.
What's his name? John King just did the same thing with his channel.
Mm-hmm. Dutch Sense does it too.
Yeah, they occasionally they'll get hacked, and it's like, well, we're getting our channel back or whatever. We got booted for this, and it's like, well, really, a camera anomaly? But here you are talking about it.
Yeah.
And you're not blocked. Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. It's a game, and they get people fucking spreading their lies all day long. They're like, look, this channel was blocked because of the moon wave. The moon wave.
Yeah.
The lunar wave. Yeah, it's a camera anomaly. It's fucking really easy to tell. The whole fucking thing shifts all at one time, and it is not a fucking wave that you can see with your fucking bare eyes. It's only showing up on the camera. Yep. And only your camera. Because there's a lot of cameras pointed at the moon damn near every night, and only your camera did that.
That's why when people post some picture, like, did you see that with your eyes? No, only with the camera. Okay, then it's from the camera.
It's from the camera.
Even like that hexagonal photo that Mr. MBB3 showed as part of as the sun simulator. He even said the guy did not see it with his eyes. Only after the fact, when he was looking through his photos, he saw it. So hello, camera.
I've got it on my Facebook page where off of photography, and I've done videos on do and all that back in the day when I was doing my handheld shit with my, this was my video camera. That hexagonal pattern shows up even better if you overexpose your fucking camera and shoot a white board.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a fucking solar simulator. It's the diodes that are overexposed inside your camera.
Period. And then they're probably reflecting.
That's what's causing that.
Yeah.
You can get that same effect, but you can see it better shooting it on a white board, not in the sky. I mean, literally, You don't need the sun to
Right.
overdo your camera either. A nice high
A
fucking light
bright source.
shined into the camera, shoot the fucking blank wall, and you get that same fucking pattern of red diode hexagon.
Yeah, your smartphone gives you the red pedal effect. I saw it in the
Yeah.
video when we were talking yesterday.
It does.
Red
It does.
pedal.
That's why I never trust any of those photos, any of the footage. I watch those fucking cameras, and I saw that fucking red thing go every day. Every day. You know what? It's a fucking lens flare.
Well, it's probably dust on a speck on the camera out of focus.
Either way, it's
Yeah,
not
either way,
the
it's a
planet we're
problem.
watching.
It's not
When
real.
you see a magnet show up in them fucking cameras and it's got an MRI on it and that fucking fish lens and the fucking overlay green, that's not a lens flare. That's cord admissible.
Now, as far like the sun simulator, I always say, okay, you've got 1 million people on just in the United States alone. They got P900 cameras that can zoom in on the moon at 250,000 miles away. And get these great photos, but yet no one's used their P900s to get a simulator that's, say, 200 miles above the Earth. Where's those photos? People with their telescopes. They're not there because it doesn't exist. So that's my argument with the sun simulator now. It's like, where's all those astronomers and amateurs with their
Yeah,
telescopes
exactly.
and the P900s that can take these great pictures
Why
of the
can't
moon?
I see it with my telescope?
Yeah.
Why can't I see it with my shields on and everything that I have specifically made for viewing the sun, like my didymium lens? Right fucking there. I
Yeah.
put that on. The solar glare goes away. I throw my helmet down. You know what I see? I see lens flares all in my helmet and my lenses that I know are not there. That's what I see.
Yep. So, I mean, that simple logic alone with the P900, it's like, well, there you go. That's enough.
Yeah.
Patents don't prove anything. I mean, I know we're repeating ourselves on this stuff, but it's still going around.
It is every day. That's why I keep saying I can't believe my friends on my friend list are still posting these lies. It drives me nuts. I've drawn a map. You've drawn maps. You've drawn maps of my maps. These people can't get the fucking clue. Well, I'm sorry. I've wasted enough time on them. Right? I've got people that are generally wanting to learn that I should be talking to, like you and I. That's where I'm at. If people are really wanting to learn, they're going to be bringing me stuff that's going to help me decipher some of this shit. And you too.
And some of that is what people are trying to do. They're trying to help. But unfortunately, they're not because they don't know any better.
Yeah, they bring me Mr. 333 and a mystery. I'll tell you what, if you're going to bring me somebody that says, well, it might be that, don't bring it to me. 'Cause I'm going to catch up on that. That's all I'm going to hear. They're leaving it as a question. They definitely did not define anything. They didn't help us in any way. Don't bring it to me.
There are a couple of channels that'll talk about the moon, but they're like me and Daniel Fernandez, off the chain. They're just the small channels that are the few of us that are talking about it, but none of those big channels, none of them.
Yeah, they'll get real quiet. Or block you or whatever. They'll act like you don't exist if you're talking about the moon.
Yeah, they'll just ignore your comments, really.
Yeah.
And you look through their comments, and if the author of the channel is not commenting in his comments, there's no point in saying anything in his comments because he's probably not looking at them.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I go down looking for the comments on the comments, and whoever's got the most comments on their comments.
Yeah, you're
wins
targeting
my
the
comment.
commenters though, not the author.
I'm reaching all of them. I don't give a fuck about the channel guy because I've probably already emailed them and tried to give them the moon several different dozen ways that I know they've seen that shit, and they never mentioned it. So I make it a habit of letting their viewers know that. Very specifically, that a lot of times I'll have a patented one that I shoot out to new people and the interweb and all these people, but If I'm going to a channel that I've given the moon to 100 times, I will change my public announcement to, I have given this person very specifically this information and they refuse to speak about it, but I'm going to give it to you now. And if you want to open it, that's fine. And that's how I meet. I mean, Christ, just this week I've got another 200 subscribers just from fucking doing that, dude.
Mm-hmm.
If I can't get the channel to talk about it, I will go to their audience and give it to them. Now, I don't do it on a bunch of them because they can hit you for spamming and all kinds of shit like that. But I will find the one with the most comments on their comment. That way, everybody that made a comment on there gets to see my answer, too.
Yep.
So, I don't care about reaching the guy. I've tried that, and I still try it. I still try to get a hold of them with this in the back of my head. Any human being understand. Maybe I tried to explain it wrong last time that I talked to this person. So
well, sometimes you got to do it different ways to catch the way they see things or something to catch their.
And then all of a sudden you get Ben Davidson over my channel talking about how it's fucking everything should do cartwheels. It's like, oh, let's make a video.
But well.
Yeah, I keep trying. I keep hearing a lot of excuses, DK, about, oh, it's so hard to wake up people's. You're talking to me about hard to wake up people? Yeah, it is.
Just give them the moon. They don't respond, then move on.
Yeah, I still try. And I always start out with one exactly, the moon. Because that's something they can't hide. They've never tried to hide. It's always been there.
No equipment required.
And you don't even need a telescope. Damn straight. You can see the craters in the shadow really good. Better without a telescope. You get a whole fucking sky reference for that. You know what I mean? It is so simple to do. And if they can't get by that, then they don't need to know anything else that I have in this fucking head. It's their choice. I'm not going to force it down their throat. If they can't get by point 1, then I'm not sharing point 2 with them. That's why I share them now. I've got that public service announcement video that goes everywhere. It goes fucking everywhere. It starts out with you showing the guy with the time lapse of the moon flipping.
Right,
then it comes into the fucking BBC guy showing why that should never happen.
Yep.
And then I shoot Raw up next. That's the next thing we tackle on the fucking public service announcement. That boom, boom, boom. And if I'm telling you, it's waking people up that I've never met. It works pretty good. I've never gotten anybody on that particular video saying anything about it. Nobody's tried my $100. I'll tell you that. Ben Davidson sure as fuck didn't show up on it, and I gave it to him several times.
Yeah, your videos in your studio, it'll tell you how many subscribers you gained per a video. So if you look at a specific video analytics, it'll tell you at the top how many subscribers subscribed to you based on that video or per that video.
I have to look at that. I don't even look at that shit, man. I click the fucking go live or fucking upload. You know what I mean? I don't look at the analytics. I'm gonna have to maybe start looking.
Well, I'll show you one.
It might help me effectively fucking work better at spreading this shit if I find something that's particularly effective. Which I believe what I'm doing is pretty effective. It's getting attention. I've found instead of just posting up one comment on the videos, I'll do that, then I'll change the comment, and like I said, I'll go find the one with the most people on their comment chain.
So
and I'm instantaneously reaching 30 to 50 people.
Right there.
Rather than my comment cycling down. Someone's going to have to scroll to actually read the comments to go and find my comment. You know, I'm not leaving that to chance anymore. I've found that I think that when I actually do the comment on a comment thing, it's a lot more effective than just making one single comment. That's what I'm saying. I'm seeing a big jump in things because I just started doing that like a few weeks ago. I wasn't trying to invade people's privacy, you know what I mean? But I look for the person that says something that kind of leads me into it. And if they've got a bunch of people on there, they're getting that fucking public service announcement. So that's where I change my tactics all the time. And I'm finding, I think that's being a little bit more successful than just making my own comment. I'm stealing other people's comment feeds is what I'm doing.
I'll do, like, if I want to do a single comment, I'll go, I'm not going to get as many people, but a few days after the video's out, and then all that initial commenting is gone, so then my comment stays up top.
Yeah.
That's another way. Like, I did that on the SO's, like, after he came on your channel the last time. I went on his most recent video, and after all the big rush was gone, and days later, it was still on the top.
On the top.
Yeah,
Nice.
top message. And I said, like, come over here and watch SO make a fool of himself.
Oh, God, you're going to make a friend out of him real quick.
That's where I left. It stayed up on top the last time I checked. But right here, like, this is video analytics for this one right here on top. Subscribers. I gained 4 subscribers from that video. So, it's there.
Why are you whining, young lady? Come here. Are you done feeding Chico? Patch is having a fucking hypertension fit over here. She wants out the room. She wants to sniff around, put her nose to it, find out what Chico had that she didn't get. Poor little girl. Okay, she's so spoiled.
I know what I want to put up.
And I just need attention. I need to know what Chico ate, and I didn't get. As soon as I stop, she starts again. She's even worse now. I'm gonna have to let her go. Are you done feeding the little guy? Are you done feeding Chico? Oh, okay. There you go. Alright, well, she wants to show what Chico had. That's funny shit. Look at that. I let her out. She went in. She sniffed the bathroom. She fucking looked around. She came in, sniffed her bowl, and then she went after Chico and started sniffing him. She's like, "What you been eating, boy?" Oh my God. That's all she had on her mind. Crazy dog, man. She's so jealous.
Huh. Looks like this site's having issues.
Which one you looking at?
The live lightning map.
Oh. It might be reading all kinds of lightning. Plasma going the other way.
Well, they're saying there's a problem, and it doesn't seem to be updating. Was trying to pull up something new. Well, we can do MLSO.
Damn. Look at that. Nevada's starting to act up. LA Caldera. Boom, 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 all the way into Simi Valley. Alaska's starting to heat up. See? About another hour to go, we'll start having 5s. I wish I could see this on a 24-hour scale still. You just can't. It's hard to find the pattern unless you're watching it all day. And I just don't anymore. I used to. I found the answers. I know what's going on, so I don't have to look at it all day to compile data. It's been done.
Yeah.
This, it's been done.
Oh, that's only 1 hour. Wow.
Yeah, that's a pretty active hour. Oh yeah, there you go, and that's why. Boom! Look at, don't cross the fucking beams. We learned that from Ghostbusters, right?
Yeah.
Watch this wall.
Well, it's,
The beams are crossing. In mass. And what do you got on there? What is that? One of the static radars?
no, that was MSLO Mauna Loa Observatory.
Oh, okay. Daytime shot.
Just another camera pointed at the sun. It's not showing anything good, and it's only looping 1 hour's worth. So I moved off of it.
Yeah, this wall is looking pretty good right now. Y-Cut's fucking talking about boop, 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 fucking crossing the fields.
This one is what Eric means by the Y cut. Right here it says Y cut. It's the magnetic field lines.
Refresh that.
Yeah,
That's
this
not
is up to
current.
date.
That's not current.
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it is. You're just way back.
Yeah, I do a
You-
5-hour block.
I'm about to say, you've got a lot of frames rolling through that. Okay, you're current.
Yeah, I do a 5-hour block. Gives more time. So there's
Okay.
up to date right there.
Yeah, I was looking at the 2 hours ago ish, and that's exactly what I was looking at 2 hours ago. I'm like, nah, dude, that's way crazier right now. But yeah, there you go. Okay, so you got the whole fucking quarter of the day going.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. Just go to the drop down and change it from 50 to 100,
Yeah.
and then it'll.
I just never do. I always give like what's there.
Right.
I
but-
might go back 30 frames. I might go back 30 frames. Most of them I usually just go boop, boop, boop. And
Yeah,
play it.
default settings and stuff. I
Ain't
like
no
more
sense.
time.
Yeah.
I didn't play.
Always give them the fucking tool too, that way they can go play with it themselves. Learn how to do it and see what's going on. It's better hands-on, than watching me do this shit or watching you do it, I think. I think they should learn how to use the tool.
A friend on Messenger was talking about setting up a live stream, like Twitch, using ISWA and other things, but there's
Something
a
that's always
problem.
wrong.
Is ISWA doesn't self-update, so in
Yeah,
the sense of
you have to
once you have it open and viewing, it doesn't update. You got to do it manually.
Manually refresh that page, yes sir. Yep.
I mean, that's
You
a
have to-
good idea to put it on Twitch like Dutch did, but you're gonna have issues.
Yeah, you'll have to throw it on 5 hours at a time and then restart the feed or something.
Well, you just have to come in and manually just refresh it, refresh
Yeah,
each signet.
Unless you
However,
get yourself a bot that will do that for you.
not like Earthquake 3D will update on its own.
Yeah, it does. I love that. I leave that open all day. New dot pops up every 5 minutes.
Mhm.
Makes it easy. Look at that crunch. Look at that magnet crunch. Look at that. That fucking ferrule cell in the fucking magnetosphere. Or in the magnetopause model there.
Yeah, you usually don't see the ends.
Look at that square, defined square. A lot of people have been like, "Oh, that's square. That's fake." I'm like, no, no. You've obviously not been to Scientific Lee, have you? That is showing exactly where your fucking other magnet is. Look, there's a bunch of them around us.
Yeah.
That square right there. That's honest. I mean, that's very telling. That is not fake. That is actually completely backing up what we're saying. We got some big magnets right the fuck behind us. That's exactly what that's showing us. It's further correlation. But that's all about going to scientifically, or fucking going out into physics and looking at your fucking magnet and learning your magnet and seeing these same patterns when you start adding magnets to your magnet in the ferrule cell. It's like, oh my God, there's that pattern right there. And that tells you what's really going on. And that way nobody's ever again going to lie to you. You got to hammer that one home. You know, it's easy to lie to you if you don't know what's going on. And to know what's going on, you definitely got to go to physics where it's repeatable every day, every time you do it. 1748 hertz is going to look like 1748 hertz did how many thousands of years ago when they depicted 1748 hertz, exactly like we're seeing it on a metal plate today. It didn't change. This magnet hasn't changed since then either. Neither is Ra or Horus. They just spit out the exact Dingley Cobra, everything. That's more testimony to the fact that they had really high tech in Egypt than anything I've ever seen, because we are seeing that exact same magnet signature again.
Yep. Unique. Yeah, you can't really see the box very well. You can see the 2 points here, one there, and then there's one that showed right there just a second ago. Oh, there it is. There's the 4 corners.
Yeah, even the elect will be deceived. That's what I'm saying. And I believe they're fucking gaining more knowledge off of us than the average viewer, because the elite understand exactly that we're right. We're reading things they forgot how to read. We're disclosing knowledge. Even the Anunnaki, when they came here, had lost themselves. The very reason for their fear of us is the fact that they forgot that they have the same power in their chests. They're sons of and daughters of creation too. They're children of creation just like us, but they're misdirected. They were misdirected on their own planet eons before they came here, and even tried to do what they did here. So I said the ones that are here doing these things can't even be blamed until they've made that decision in their heart and they show that they're a fucking monster. Even to the end, that's not mine to judge. Maybe they'll still change their mind or their heart. It ain't about your mind, it's about your heart. You can change your mind, but until your heart's changed, you're going to keep doing the same things you've been doing. Yes, teaching the deceived. And that's where I understand fully that this is bigger than planet Earth. Mother is literally more afraid for planet Heaven, her aunt or niece, whatever that is in relation to her, because it's a living entity also, than she is for herself. And that's a very selfless thing. It makes a lot of sense to me that's a lot of what she's been having me do pertains to planet Heaven and enlightening the Anunnaki that they really, really have the power to do what they've been seeking to do for eons with gold in their hearts. And they need to go attain and put up the shields for planet Heaven. That's Mother's one of her main concerns, and that's what a lot of my mission has been geared towards. So much to my surprise.
Yeah.
But in helping them, it's going to help us. Because once they realize what they've fucking done and what they need to do, they, number one, need to fix what they fucking did here. Because they can't go home in a straight heart and protect their fucking planet knowing they're going to leave us in a mess they left us in. Yeah, that doesn't go along with a fucking pure heart of creation. They have to fix what they've done, is what I'm saying. So expect it at some point. I believe that's going to be the catalyst. to be honest with you, Mom's going to wake them up. She's got me working on it. They're going to come to the right conclusion at some point. Mom has their hearts too. A lot of them were born here. That puts them under her jurisdiction. They have a human frequency too. She can talk to them until they lose their fucking minds if she wants, needs. What I'm getting at, the problem's going to be fixed, and it ain't going to be me doing it. It's going to be them. The ones who fucked it up will, in mass, start to help fix this shit.
I wonder if that experience you told me about where they wanted you to go with them, maybe that was to maybe help them, teach them.
The mama told me don't
Right.
use her magnet. So I didn't go.
Right. I know what happened, but yeah. I was just thinking maybe that was...
It maybe. And even, honestly, it's like me blocking somebody on my YouTube channel. They can come back on a fucking different page, different attitude.
Yeah.
They can meet Mother on her terms. She's the one that has right to be fucking wary of them. Not the other way around. She has every right to be wary of them.
Right.
She can feel their hearts and understand them better than I can. I'm going to listen to her.
They're trying to take her gold.
Yeah, they taught us to rape her. We're her stewards. We're her healers, and we're raping her every day to this day, continually. Every time I turn the key in my fucking car, it came out of her joint juice, and it was engineered that way. And we're helping them. We're the ones doing it. Like I say again, it ain't Donald Trump, it ain't Obama, it's us. It's us, it's Cousin Jimmy kicking indoors over a plant. It's fucking Aunt Susie testing somebody with a false fucking positive, separating their kids from them. It ain't Obama, it ain't fucking Trump. It ain't fucking Susie on the 6 o'clock news. It's our own families that we perpetually uphold. Oh, we're glad Jimmy got a job in the army or the cops or the fucking police, or he's fucking sitting in City Hall. He's the one doing it. He's the one doing it. He's just following orders though, right? Feeding his family, looking out for his family, right? While he's oppressing the entire rest of the fucking world. We gotta stop doing that. En masse. Once that happens, is Donald Trump going to come in and fucking take little Susie away from Mom because she got the COVID virus?
Check that out.
That looks like a doctor's signature. And or if you look at it from a scientific Lee standpoint.
Yeah.
Well, you've got some interactive magnets going on over here, and they would be of the electron style. Magnet and family. Thus, I would expect much fuckery, much ass grabbing, lots of plasmatic interaction, and a little bit of shaking.
That's IMF, two separate IMFs with a pole cap lines reacting to it, because right there, that's not coming from blue. That's from Ra.
Yeah.
The big lines. So we always said the big lines that because Ra is huge and far out, it's got to just be field lines, not this. This is a planet.
Yes.
And
the big one on his head,
mm-hmm.
to be specific, and that's the one on his belt. That's his moon, or the moon of Ra. Planet, whatever.
Yeah.
But he wears the moon on the belt. Where the belt, that signifies that's a moon to me. I mean, it means
the belt,
that's
the ecliptic plane.
If you're wearing it on your belt,
inertial plane.
that's got to be your moon, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not a standalone planet like the fucking staff of Ra.
Right.
It's a moon
Traveling.
that's latched. It's attached.
Orbiting.
Strapped to.
Yeah.
Orbiting. Thank you.
The
Fucking
Bell
yes.
Ecliptic Plane accretion disk.
Dude, they were depicting
Plane of
planets,
inertia.
suns, and moons in such a high-tech fashion that we would never know it until we saw it, and we're seeing it. They were fucking brilliant, dude. And I can't blame even these documentary people for fucking... Vipers pissed me off, though. So is Mystery History and them. I know they've seen fucking Ra. Once you see Ra next to the fucking conical king's head, especially if you're a fucking Egyptologist, you know the truth. I don't have to spell it out to you. So they've made a choice not to fucking expose the truth and actively not do so. They're throwing out misinformation on their latest ones that pertain to fucking what we're talking about, the translation of these fucking hieroglyphs, and they're leaving it as a mystery. This is a brand new shit they're putting out. You guys have seen it. I put it out as fucking... They've made the choice in their fucking heart to actively work against us. And it pisses me the fuck off that every time they go into there, they're like, oh, it's highly compelling that the fucking establishment is fucking working against us. And I'm like, fuck you, suck my kid. Sorry.
Yeah.
Seriously, there's one solution left in my head. They made the choice in their fucking heart to continue fucking spreading that lie. And it really irks me. We have discovered some amazing shit. Everybody's looked for, everybody acts like they've looked for, and everybody that acted like they've been looking for it is ignoring that fucking dingly cobra.
Yep.
That's better than the moon, John. In my opinion. That is, like I said, the magnetosphere is identifying his clothing. That's Ra. But the fucking dingly cobra is his thumbprint. That's what's going to convict him in a court of law. It's all admissible.
Yeah.
In a court of law. We got a picture of him doing it, and we've got his thumbprint at the scene of the crime.
Yep.
That's as hardcore as that evidence is in 2 fucking pictures. That's all I need. I've got thousands and thousands of pictures of that magnetosphere over time, over years of monitoring it in real time, both day and night. 3 different distinguishable magnetospheres, and then all of a sudden the one that is behind the planet that I've been accentuating as the blue Kachina turns out to have a dingly cobra. There's no mistaking what is going on and what went on back in the day. And they had high tech, and we had it globally. Like that plane that you drew the 4 winds for, that's the same language. Is it not?
Yeah.
It's the same language. We had it globally. There's no question. We answered all of these questions, all these documentary people, all these archaeologists, all these Michael Tellingers, all these people have been trying to prove. We just proved it in a court of fucking law, and everybody that has been trying to is ignoring this. What sense does that make? It's controlled opposition. Every fucking bit of it. The whole fucking scale.
And they got 100 years head start.
They do.
And a lot more manpower.
The depth of deception. It's not just Nibiru. I keep saying that. It's in the political, it's in the money world, it's in everything on YouTube. It's in the legal worlds, it's in the political worlds, it's in the money worlds, it's in the fucking national pride, it's in what bathroom you're using, and it's all distraction from this. And it's that simple. That's why I don't understand when a friend of mine's been a friend of mine on Facebook for years, how they can just continually produce and reproduce that lie that they've been throwing. And then I go back on their pages, and they really haven't even been sharing shit of mine. So they're gone. Why do they even ask me for my friendship if they're not going to pay attention?
Yeah, they're too busy looking at everything and everything.
I fully expect a commitment. I've told people who I am. I've told people what my page is about. It's not about friends, it's about my data. That's my research depository. It's not your opinion channel. It's not your friendship. I don't want your happy shit on my page. I want you learning. I want people, when they look at shit, to look at my comments and see intelligent people adding to what I've posted. That's always great. I love it when you go and talk on my posts, John. A lot of times you bring more to it than I did, because that's just your nature. You got more patience than I do. I've been at this too long. I'm sour. I'm sour. And I don't look at it as sour. I actually look at it as self-preservation. And there's so many people out there. Why am I going to waste time on somebody that can't get the first basic look at the moon, when there's somebody I should be talking to that's literally got a good question that I've overlooked because I've been concentrating on trying to get this person to just look at the moon? I can't do that anymore. I'm robbing the people that I'm doing this for. So I've been cutting a lot of ties, and that's going to make me popular again. I know you get waves of it. Coming into the Catfish I group, warning you what an asshole.
I get waves when you post stuff about it. Yeah.
I do.
You share my video, I get waves.
I understand. That's why I gave you fair warning. I'm on one of my fucking kicks again.
Well, the group's been growing lately. You know, it's been pretty steady, and the YouTube channel is growing fairly steady. And yeah, I can't complain. I never thought my YouTube channel would grow faster than the group, but it did. The group I started first, and then started the YouTube, and now YouTube surpassed the group.
We were hung on the sun in a. They gave it to us backwards. I know what we're up against. Yeah, they have practiced this deception for a very long time, very fucking long time. But once you have the truth,
Probably since the last time.
And then the time before that, I'm sure. How many times, I don't know, but I'll tell you this much: those who seek the truth will have open eyes, and they're going to see the truth, because it's not complicated. You do not need a calculator to figure out the truth. From macro to micro, it all makes sense if you do a little bit of homework. It's magnet, frequency, and the moon. Once you got that down, then I don't care what you're doing. Once you know you got a magnet, you know how to use it, you're eventually going to try and use Earth's magnet. At that point, I can promise you this: you're going to get bitch slapped. That's all there is to it. Because if you don't have it in your mind that she's a living being, I haven't convinced you of that yet, because that was a hard one for me. You're going to naturally find out, because it's her magnet you're trying to take, and she's going to let you know she's there. That way you can actually attain the full meekness that you need to fucking tweak that fucking frequency and be like, okay, I can include first creation with the creator. Because that programming that separates those two, to this day, was one of the strongest I have encountered personally. I truly, truly wanted to believe I had been attempted to be possessed by a demon. And I didn't believe in demons. I still don't believe in demons. But I wanted to believe that first before I believed that I lived on a living entity that was smarter than me. Instead of a rock. I thought I lived on a rock. I thought I lived on a rock. So, trust me, if you got the physics down and you go try and run the physics, you'll run into her and God. Because you're following the laws of physics, the laws that govern this universe, and you're just going to end up there.
Yep. I mean, you can gather a lot of that just with Scientific Lee's playlist. You know, that's there as well.
You can.
Because it's the way, because you understand that things, you know, just the very basic level of everything.
I'm afraid
everything falls into place, you know.
I'm afraid he's going to convince somebody the universe is running out of energy and going to send them off into a despairing spiral.
We can't help that, though.
I know. But that's, to me, it's just...
We send 20 people there, and you may get 5 that actually, or maybe even 3 that actually pick up the information.
Yeah.
In the correct way, but at least, you know...
But that leaves me, every time I mention Lee, telling everybody how wrong Lee is right off the bat.
Yeah. But we don't have a better option.
I don't like doing that. I don't like doing that. I just don't. But that is where I'm at. I have to do that.
Yeah, we just have to add the disclaimer.
Yeah. I do. Every time I mention him, I'm like, but you got to understand he's wrong about the universe. He's right that we lost voltage, but it wasn't the whole universe. See, he's right. He's right. We lost voltage. But it wasn't the whole universe that lost the voltage. It was us, and here's how. And we can prove that. It just, fucking Lee has it in his head that he's right about everything, and he won't even look at the other information. He won't even talk about it. He gets so mad, he just babbles at me. Fucking... It's pretty sad. I love Lee. He's got good information, but I just wish he could just slow down a minute and look at the rest of the information, because he's got a good bunch of them. But he's off because he's missing pieces of what Ra and Horus really represent. He is, like I said, he's really correct on the Birkeland current thing. That's without question. The eye of Horus that he breaks down is different than the magnet signature in the way that it is depicted by an artist, leaving the magnet signature, leaving the conical king's cap out. However, included is the Birkeland current clef. That is indicating on both suns that they're riding that Birkeland current. I agree with that part of it. But the top part of that fucking shit is magnet signature, indicating what is riding the Birkeland current. Simple as that. And Lee is convinced we've got one sun. So
yeah. He was given a small chunk of the puzzle, a small piece of the puzzle.
Yes.
But we're trying to solve the puzzle.
Lost voltage, Darren James. Yes, the Earth lost voltage when we were originally formed, when she was originally formed. We were on Ra, her original sun. He's a very high energy, ultraviolet sun. This one is not. When we got captured onto this fucking yellow sun, the polarity changed. We were spinning full speed, went into reverse, threw everything the fuck sideways. Molecules went from big to little because we went from big energy to small energy moving through matter. Simple as that. Physics. Lost energy, yes. You can always tell when people have been around that talk a lot and they've never actually gone anywhere and done any homework, man. You know, it's been around for a while to be asking questions like that, bud.
He's new to me.
I've seen him on my channel a lot.
Oh.
Aaron James making comments, never going and looking. Very famous for that. Haven't gotten blocked though, has he? Because he always asks questions. He doesn't come out and be a dick. He's actually asking legitimate questions, but honest to God, it's been covered in several videos. And I sent you right to the fucking one that covers it, very specifically, that I have nothing to do with. I just badmouthed the man for an hour. You know? You think you could take a hint. I don't like the fucking guy, but he's got pretty good information. He can teach you how to read the fucking hieroglyph and stop asking me stupid questions. That's what I like about Lee. Honest to God. But yeah, I've given these answers. I don't know. And a long time. A long time, and almost every day. Almost every day. The Mayflower. Isn't that it? Or the Maypole? Sorry, Tom. Trying to answer Dondera's, because you don't get questions like that every day. You can tell he's been digging around looking for shit. Tradition.
Yeah, he's associating things,
Yeah.
that mimic.
Very good, sir. That's what I'm talking about. And that's why you're still a friend that's hanging out.
Well, right, 3-3, because he was adding energy to the magnet. Induction heating.
Yep. It does. Well, it does. 333. That's the only reason we're seeing it happen, is because Mother needs more energy to put those field lines out behind her. And the only way to strengthen an electron magnet is to add electricity to it. That's what that whoop is for on that little fucking thing that they fucking manually turn that fucking juice up. And they pick up objects with it, move it, and then drop it in the crusher by doing what? They hit the kill button, boop, and it kills the electric flow. The car drops into the crusher, and it moves back over and picks something else up as soon as they go, whoa, and turn on that fucking electric flow to the magnet. That's exactly what you're watching Mother Earth do.
There you go, 333.
You are fucking perfectly correct. Because you've done your fucking homework, 333. There is no other option left than it's required to strengthen your magnet. Absolutely it is. And that's why I keep saying the people that you're looking at that are telling you Mother Earth's magnet is weakening has no idea what the fuck physics of a magnet even is. They shouldn't even be talking if they're giving out information like that, because that's fucking fucktardedness right there. That is fucking absolute willful ignorance, and or repeating a lie because you've willfully ignorated yourself. I know I just made a word up. I can do that.
Breaking the spell.
It might catch this video to go viral when everybody start talking about ignorating it or yourself. You know how the things go. They catch on to one thing and it becomes a keyword. But fucking seriously, you're an ignoramus, and you shouldn't be talking either way. And on the other end of that, if you are doing that and you know better, then that again puts you in the same category that I must categorize you in, as a dark-souled, fucking ugly, soul-sucking fucking monster. There's only two fucking options for me. You either don't know, or you're a fucking dirty fucking life-sucking monster. Either way, you're helping that life-sucking monster spread their lie out of your willful ignorance, and you shouldn't be speaking. If you can't explain it to a kindergartner, you should never open your fucking mouth. I don't. I really don't. If I can't explain something to a fucking child, I'm not going to talk about it. That's my policy. Always has been, because I could be made a fool really fast. In this subject, I can't afford that.
333 frequency is the energy. It's just the resonance that it's vibrating at is frequency. It's still just energy flow, the same as a magnet. The magnet gets its power from the energy flow. It's always flowing around a magnet.
Well, even though I've got all these answers, every day starts out as a new adventure because I know I've gotten more questions now. The day you don't discover something new is a fucking wasted day. You didn't grow your knowledge, you didn't grow your magnet, you didn't grow your strength. And that's what we're here for. We're here to heal and make stronger.
We just get to be the ones that do it.
Oh yeah, no, a lot of people have, that's one thing I have a problem with Lee about. He can't accept when he's wrong. Myself, I even made videos accentuating where I was wrong because I do not want to fucking give the wrong information here. Because it's so fucking important. And it was a small part of it, too. It was just a small part of it that I was wrong about. And it was the effect that we were seeing through the Schumann frequency. I didn't even realize there was a Professor Schumann. Once I accepted the legitimacy of the Schumann frequency, I mistakenly did exactly what I tell people not to do. I went to those people I had ignored and discounted because what I heard coming back from them was about how they're going to ascend into the fifth dimension because of some fucking Jupiter interaction with the fucking Schumann. Some kind of fucking, it doesn't fit into physics. So I ignored them. But the fact that they had corrected me, or I had corrected myself, that the Schumann actually does mean something to us, that's our magnetic connect. Because I didn't know we had a magnet. Let's start that out. I didn't know we had a magnet. When I did, it made the Schumann frequency. All of a sudden, it made sense to me that, okay, we should be able to affect this, and it should be able to affect us, and I should find out where it does. And it did. And I started finding and listening to these people about the spikes on the Schumann. It's not the spikes on the Schumann that are making you feel sick. Although that's what I was telling people. And I also went as far as to say when the fucking feed cuts, that's them trying to hide these spikes. And that is not what was happening. And I found out exactly that there was a Professor Schumann. And the problem is your Schumann frequency is going away. Because we're seeing the closed field lines here instead of the pole lines. The pole lines are what captures that between the ionosphere and makes the Schumann frequency. Well, if you don't have the pole lines and they're all closed field lines coming out of the center of the Earth, they're not going to be there to trap the frequency between the ionosphere and the magnetic lines. So it's going away, and that's making you dizzy and you're ringing and all that going on. I was like, oh, wow. I was so 180 because I was listening to the bunhead. I should have continued to shun. Because it's still, even what they were saying still didn't fit physics. I was letting it go, I was willing to let go of that filter because they had been right about one aspect of the Schumann. And I learned my lesson. I had to make a fucking video correcting myself. Two, actually. Because that's not what was going on. It was the Schumann frequency was leaving. Those spikes were leaving sounds in your head that you couldn't plug out. And they weren't really shutting down the monitor. The Schumann frequency was fucking flattening out. It was going off into space.
Right, because when you lose the Schumann is when you get affected.
Yes, that's what was making you sick, not the spikes. So I was completely wrong. And I made a fucking video. I was looking at the fucking research as I was making the video about how wrong I was. Because I understood as soon as I realized there was a shit, and then boom, 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 I was like, oh God, that makes so much more sense. So I made the video to prove how wrong I was. I'm not bashful. I want to disclose the real facts of the situation. I don't want viewers. I don't want people thinking I'm a magical guru. I am learning as we go, just like you. I just happened to stumble upon the key long before I realized it was even the key. You know? So I had a head start on this. Catch up. It's not that hard. And I'm counting on somebody with more knowledge about Egypt to catch up to this level and help us. Because I have no knowledge on Egypt. I have no knowledge on American Indians, except for what I've just begun to research, folks. Just begun. Just begun. That's why I've been trying to give this to these documentary channels and all these archaeologists. I don't know dick about what I'm looking at. I'm having to look at what they're talking about to understand what I'm looking at. It's like that. That's how I got like the legend of Horus. I had to go look it up. Dude, when I'm sitting here listening to this tale, I'm literally, and it's not a fucking movie. It's somebody reading this to me. I'm on the edge of my seat with excitement. I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. I can't believe this hasn't been made into an actual fucking movie. It is amazing. They're bouncing each other off. Elbow to the fucking gun. I mean, they are going at. I'm like, oh my God, who's gonna win this? Bolts everywhere and the fucking. I'm like, oh my God. Understanding that they're describing a fucking sun. And I'm like, oh my God, this is so fucking crazy listening to this shit. Because he's going to get brighter. He's fighting Set. He's sucking his energy. He's fucking beating him down. He's the old guard. He's got to go. He's fucking destroyer. Now fucking Horus is the destroyer for good. He was born out of Mother Earth as a baby. Of all the gods in the pantheon, he was the only one born in his baby. And he's destined to grow to the brightness of his father. And I'm all like, oh my God, this means micronova after micronova after micronova after fucking boom! That includes a lot of shields around this planet. And we better start doing our fucking job because the boom is right around the corner. And if you can't get that straight in your heart, you're going to show it because you don't have the knowledge to get it straight in your heart. You're going to be distracted by every fucking thing they throw at you. But I can tell the ones that do their homework because they start to fucking get a really clear picture. We'd better pull it the fuck together. And then you can see it becomes part of them. And they want to help disclose to the world what's going on. And that's how we're going to do this. It isn't going to be me. It isn't going to be John. It's going to be me and John and you. All. You got to go learn this shit. If you're a human being inside your fucking heart and you understand and you know and you have the knowledge, you're going to educate people. You're not going to have a problem waking them up. Look, me and John got thousands of people we didn't know you last year. But you've all looked at the moon. Give them the moon. Give them the moon. Give them the moon. Then teach them how to read hieroglyphs.
Yep.
Give them wings. Give them the fucking moon. Shake their fucking programming up. Because, I mean, if that doesn't shake the programming up, like I said, if you can't get past step one with them, They're not going to start reading hieroglyphs overnight either.
Exactly. I've been trying to throw up some of the sites I look at. Maybe somebody hasn't seen one of these. Where's
Is that your ionosphere heating interaction? Look at that, dude. Look at that. That shouldn't be. What is that? Where are we at? That's South America. Okay, that's current. That's about the way it should look, except for why is the South Pole fucking showing up such high energy down there? You should only have a concentration where the sun's actually hitting the equator of the energy coming in like that, but you got a spike down there in the South Pole. Why?
Yeah, I didn't see that at first.
Yeah, why is that there? What's that all about? It's got its own feed line too. You know, that's a real thing. That's not an anomaly in the fucking monitors, that's for sure. Why is that there? That's a heavy quake watch today, that region. That's another magnet that we're not being told about.
Well, let's see. We're
That's
looking
more
at
energy.
just east of South America.
Yeah, that's going to go off in the South Pacific plate. Or Atlantic plate, my bad.
Nothing yet.
No, it just got there.
That'd be in
And
this
it might
region.
not show up because it's right around Antarctica, but sometimes they do show those ones in Antarctica too. Sometimes. They don't all the time. You have to look at the helioplots. Speaking of which, let's open one of those up. I got a nice enough computer. I can not lag you guys out and look at my
Yeah,
computer.
you won't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
something on there, but
Ooh,
this feed isn't gonna cover it.
there's some action going on a little bit. Nothing big, yo.
One day
Well,
on
that's that
19.
last one in PR yesterday. I'm looking at. That's the big one. So, Puerto Rico. I keep telling people get off of that volcano. That in Jamaica. I mean, it's the same fucking volcano. just because they divided it by a fucking PR line, fucking doesn't mean that it ain't the same volcano. You know what I mean? Jamaica is affected by the same fucking volcano. Puerto Rico is. Same island.
Well, nothing showing. That's 7-day feed. Just nothing down there yet.
Not yet. No, I'm expecting something later this afternoon. Like I said, it should start about 2 o'clock my time. We still got about 40 minutes.
I was trying to find the Grumpy Moose camera again.
I always say that too. I hope I'm wrong, so everybody can see me buck up. But every time I say that, it usually hits right on the fucking minute at the fucking spot I said it would. So look, people, if it does, it's because there's a reason it's going to happen that way. It's going to happen that way right out here, right below the tip of the fucking South America, in between, maybe just below that tip in fucking Antarctica, and within that couple 100-mile region, it should be happening right in there, that little circle there. I'm not going to give you a whole region like that whole drawn out South American region like Dutch will. I'll pinpoint that shit, and there's reasons for it because. I taught Dutch how to do that shit on my Facebook page. Not him specifically, but on the whole fucking Facebook page. I was showing them. Dutch picked up on it. Go figure. He sells hot sauce now. I don't hold that against him, but what I do, I have blocked Dutch on both of my accounts.
There it is.
He and I have had extensive arguments about this for years. He should disclose why he's able to do this. And he doesn't. But since I've blocked him, I've honed my ability to fucking zero in on the quakes way better than his. Because I taught him how to do it before I really fucking honed it in. So, and then I blocked him. He's a dick. Oh, that's some Alaska Weather Service. Love that camera.
Yep.
I wish it was still in operation.
I emailed them and got no response.
You know what really sucks, John? That night the moon was full, and that is the least spectacular you're going to see that camera. The nights when we didn't have a full moon were freaking spectacular with the light show that we got out of Ra. It was fucking amazing. And they cut it off on a full moon. So that would be the last 24 hours on the clip.
Yeah.
But even so, look at it. Fucking look at it. That's the moon right there. And there's Ra's light. That's what we're seeing at
No,
sunset.
that's the sun.
No, that's the moon, bro.
That's the sun because it's given Horus's signature.
That's the sun. Coming up right now.
That's the moon.
Nope, that's the sun, dude. Look. Ra just disappeared. That's the sun.
And look at the
Woke
time.
up.
At 2200
Look at your
AST.
fisheye. Look at your fisheye.
That's nighttime though, based on the timestamp. Now it's 6 a.m. 7 a.m.
They have the timestamp fucked up, dude. That was the daytime.
Because that's the sun. Because then we get the magnetic signatures.
This is the nighttime, and this right here, I might be on a big. Oh my God, I'm on a big delay. I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Right,
Because I'm like, no, the sun's up right now. Because you can even see all the mountains and yeah, you're on the delay.
I was like, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Yeah, I'm on a big delay, John. Because I'm looking at the YouTube channel with the sound off.
Yeah.
That's the only way I can see your screen. I forgot. Hi guys, we're on the same page. Not really. Now we are, and all I can see is John and his dog. I can't see anything going on, except for the chat. I can see the live chat. So I'm probably 30 seconds behind that too, I'd imagine.
I don't know.
But yeah, I clicked over. I was actually watching it on the YouTube channel, and I know I'm behind now because I'm looking at myself, and I'm all like, "Oh yeah, that's a delay, dude." He's probably looking exactly at the probably exactly opposite watching period is what I'm saying. You know, it makes total sense. We got no, John. Yes, here, go, man, right now.
The only thing that bugs me about this one is the direction of Ra's light. There is a major city that direction, Anchorage.
What, Ra's light? Yeah, but it's fucking 100 miles away.
Yeah, it is a
From
good
that
distance.
location. I looked. I was like, oh my God, that's in the middle of fucking nowhere. There is no city light I'm looking at. Because we had debated all that on the Facebook page forever. And then all of a sudden, Ra's magnetosphere showed up. And I was like, oh, guess what? Debate over. There's a magnetosphere. And we had monitored it for a long time. Like I said, it kind of, you can see it, but the light of the moon drowns it out in the visual spectrum. Even though it's overlaid at night, you can still see it at night. But in this footage, because it was a full moon, you couldn't see it as brilliantly as you could if the moon hadn't been there.
Yeah.
Is on moonless nights, we were really fucking catching it hard right out of that. And you can see the moon is literally, the big light is right where the magnetosphere is. So it's kind of drowning out the overlay.
You gotta go potty?
And the cloud cover didn't help because the cloud cover naturally, what's the cloud cover going to do? It's going to shield the fucking magnet from coming through. You can't see it. But if you got a clear day like this, boom, look, you can see the rotation of our sun and the interaction between the fucking magnetosphere. It's fucking amazing. We watched that for years. It was great. And then they shut it down. Like I said, they made sure they did it on a full moon. I think they did that on purpose too, bro. I really do. Because some of those nights were just fucking way more amazing than that. I was waiting for that full moon to go away so I could start another posting on Facebook about it. Because I always waited till the full moon went away because it killed confusion. Like here, you can't tell sometimes, I mean, is that the day or night? Because that shit is so fucking bright. But it's the what's funny is the moon is actually blue. So you can tell the difference. The sun, you can see the red in it because there's forests coming up behind it. You can see those light spectrums. But look at that. The moon's blue. The moon's fucking blue. It's reflecting blue light right there.
Mm-hmm.
I used to make a big thing of it because down, even further south in Alaska, you wouldn't see the blue on the moon. But I said that's the blue Kachina. It's got to be, you got to be right up there seeing the blue light because it's still far away at this point, and you got to be seeing it to actually, you know, the close proximity makes that fucking a real blue moon because you've heard the blue moon, and it usually means 2 full moons in a month, but that gave new moon. I used to post up that's new meaning to blue moon. Look at that shit. I used to post all kinds of crazy shit. Never made it here. Like I said, the discovery of this was a process that deserves an encyclopedia of novels that I could not even attempt to transfer here. I don't have the patience for that shit. Everybody asks me, write a book. I'm like, fuck that. I'll dictate a book.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody wants to write it, have fucking credit for it. I don't give a fuck. Just get the information out there.
This website, this is the only place I can find
Only one I
some
ever
information
saw.
on ISWA's tools.
Yeah, the ISWA tools, that's good. Yes, Shu, to answer your question, that's the only one I've ever found. Well, number one, they look at us as lower than them. They look at us as they did us a favor by accentuating our development. They look at us as pets, not necessarily as hate. And there's a reason for that. And it was their total See, we didn't have verbal communication. They viewed us as primitive, and they based that right openly in the fucking cuneiform. That's what they based we're knuckle draggers on. We did not have a communication language. They didn't realize they did to a point. They realized we were communicating with our hearts. Somehow. They had lost the actual knowledge of the base of it. Because if they had the knowledge of the base of it, they would have never feared us. Because the reason they feared us is we were obviously building things that we can't destroy. For reasons. And it freaked them out because even their machinery couldn't do what we were doing together with one heart. And if they had had the base knowledge of they could do that too, they wouldn't have been afraid of us to begin with. Because the power that we're given comes out of love for Creator and the creation. We can't have a meekness of just one and make it work. It's got to be a symbiotic relationship. They had lost all that information, while we had written it down because we saw what was coming when they started killing people and cutting mothers' trees down and started doing these things that we were depicting on these huge monoliths globally, cutting people's heads off, killing us in mass, and fucking causing X, Y, and Z. And everywhere I look, they turn the mainstream media turns the Mayan shit into fucking sacrifice. That is not what they were fucking depicting. They were depicting war with the fucking Anunnaki and how they came in here and oppressed us and killed us and took over our planet. How they did it, and how we can our position in creation is. They gave us the birth of the solar system in stone globally. The birth of humanity, our purpose, and what happened to us unanimously, globally, all throughout the entire globe. That's the same story I'm looking at, and it's been twisted in different directions depending on what stone you're looking at. But if you fucking know what you're reading, you will see it's the very same story with artist's depiction is the only difference you're seeing. Just like that last one I did with the Native American thing, I took that photo of that they had drawn on that little map that I had shown you is on the walls. That's depicting a positive and a negative solar system. The fucking negative solar system had 2 fucking suns, a whole bunch of planets, and that positive one that we're on right now depicted with 3 planets. Some of those characters got trapped over here from the point that they were depicting that shit. It's the same story. It's the same language. They even had the cleft to indicate that that's a fucking sun riding the goddamn Birkeland current, just like the scientific Lee, just like the Egyptians. I can't. It was a little mind popper. I kind of expected something along those lines, but I did not expect the detail that they put down, the exact matching of symbols and everything. I mean, you know, even before we had the tech to fucking draw, or maybe we had lost the tech to fucking carve very pretty depictions of these things, we were still depicting the physics of what we saw in an undescribable, unmistakable way that you can't mistake if you're looking at it in the eyes of physics and what you're seeing applied. It works. Every fucking stone I've looked at, including these not so fucking high-tech ones that I'm looking at on cavern walls. It's the same story. Fucking. So yeah, I had a slight mind blow just the other day when I took that footage and put it up here. Very few people have even looked at it. It's the same fucking thing I'm looking at on Giza. It's the same fucking thing we're looking at in South America. It's the same fucking thing we're looking at in Australia. Because they don't advertise it a lot, but the Aboriginals down there have an awful lot of fucking Egyptian stories on their fucking stones.
No, Cosmic Ocean, those are not UFOs. Just
They're planets.
splash debris flying through space or plasma. I think he's talking about on this one tool I have open.
Yeah, the Soho, that's why I don't use it. People don't understand what's going on in it. Those streaks of light could be anything from a fucking asteroid passing by really close to the monitor to
Plasma sparks, who knows? We don't know.
That fast. Yeah,
It's not UFOs, we know that.
I've seen a couple of them that are questionable over the time, but not every day. Not every day. I've seen a few of them that kind of like ride up to the sun and then just sit there and act like they're interacting. And I'm all like, well, you know what? That does look a little odd, but it's still Soho. It's a visual thing. I don't know what to say. It's not magnet spectrum. I don't use it.
Yep. I just love how like some channels they'll show a CME coming off the side and they'll show spheres, but But yeah, then the sphere is sitting here moving right along with the CME. I'm like, well, how can that be a planet if it's going right with it? I could see it come up, the CME come up and then spread out and then come back, condense around it and continue on. But those spheres move right on with it. And I'm like, well, that's just the CME, not a planet. I don't spend a lot of time on these because there's 10 million people already looking at these. So I actually haven't opened this link in forever. I just did because I'm like, oh, that'll be neat for the stream.
I don't discount space whales. I'm not kidding, actually. I don't discount space whales in it. Seriously. Dead serious. I mean, I've learned that our creation is much richer than we have been led to believe. So, I'm not going to discount space whales.
But here, a little lesson for you all. These things here are called occulters. And even these high-tech cameras still have occulters to block the direct light from the sun out of the camera sensor so that it can properly read it. Yeah. So these cameras that we use on our smartphones and tablets and cameras, they're just not designed for the sun.
Here's something about that portal thing, N.A. You're ish, right? Ish. But they've twisted it. That's that esoteric bullshit lie. A sun is not a portal in its own. A sun requires an opposing magnet to create a portal.
Yep, in the field.
That portal we refer to as a black hole. It is a convergence of the magnet. It is the suck. It is the pine cone. I could go on and on. I'm just saying, a sun by itself is not a portal. It requires another entity in two in their name, two in his name. When two in his name come together, it can't be done with just one magnet. It has to have the opposing magnet. It's that symbiotic thing, huh? That's the way it works. It's physics. We proved that with handhelds. You have the ability to make the portal with the sun in your chest.
I was trying to find a picture of that.
Yes, N.A. That's our job. See, and that's why these other ones have to be really close to Mom right now. That's how God is communicating with Mom now, because she doesn't have her antennas. They're helping her make these Lazarus seats, and that's why we're getting good pictures of them, not only in the satellites, but from ladies down below taking pictures of that weird shit in the clouds. It's a real phenomenon that we're literally watching in real time. And it answers also the question as to why there's many black holes in binary systems. When there's two magnets opposing, there's going to be a fucking black hole there. Period. And they don't do what they say they do. They're just exactly what fucking Lee shows that they do.
There you go.
The Ouroboros field, I believe, is what he named it.
Yeah.
Ouroboros field. I don't know.
Ouroboros Taurus field.
Yeah, it makes. I mean, and you can see it in the clouds every time it rains. You can see if they're in a good fucking position, or you're in a good position. You can see the fucking Ouroboros field, the fucking flow of energy coming down. That's what the rain is. It's fucking amazing. Once you understand what physics is pushing our existence, you can actually get right into it. You are the key to active. Yes. See, and people are looking for the key. It's in themselves. Exactly. It's in their hearts. Jesus gave it to you. He gave you the right frequency. He was a physicist. Period.
So
that's all I'll give it to. I will not put him on a pedestal, because he is a child of creation just like you and me. We're the body of the Christ. You know, there's no difference between you and him. There really is not. The only difference is you're not awake yet. Okay? There was just one of him. Even his disciples didn't understand. I feel the pain of Jesus. I do. Because I've explained his words. But there's more than just one of me. I see that. I see where our deeds will be greater than his. I do. I make total sense out of his words. Fucking not a question in my fucking mind or my heart. I don't have to believe. I know what's going on. And I'm inviting everybody to join us.
There's black holes.
Yeah.
Right there. Black hole, black hole, black hole, black hole. The magnets are here, 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 and here, and here. This is the magnet. This is a Hallback array. Magnet in the center plus 5 around. So the interaction of the two fields here creates the black hole.
Not yet, NA. You are not a light being. You have the potential to be. But you aren't yet. Obviously, you're stuck in your skin. If you can make your vibration literally rise to the point that you become 10,000 fucking hertz and fucking yellow light, you'll fucking transform, boom, right instantly. That's what physics expects.
What, Gizmo?
That's what all those things were about. Like I said, they're not funerary, they're instructional.
Come on.
On how to raise your frequency to become literal form of light. You would split skin, and you would have the ability to come back into it. You would have the ability to form your physical again at will.
You've seen the movie Lucy? There you go.
Poof, poof. You want to go interstellar travel? We have that, and it can be a cooperative thing with what is it? 11 or 12 people, I forget. It's the Merkaba. The Merkaba is an overlaid Hallback. The Merkaba. It is for interstellar travel.
There you go.
For groups.
Hallback array right there.
Yes. And they create bigger convergences like that. Bigger ones. And then people can literally walk through them into creation any point with a straight heart and intent from their heart and end up where they want to be. Galactic, interstellarly, universally. That's how we do it. We don't do it with vehicles. Anybody coming with a vehicle forgot what they could do, because we can do it in fucking instantaneously, where they have to fucking do some crazy shit to get here because they forgot what they can do. See, that's where we're fucking amazing, because Magnet declares that we have to be able to do that. We have to be able to do that. It's physics. It's instantaneous action. It's scalar physics. It's instantaneous action at a distance. Your molecule belongs there, and you're going to put it there. If you know how to operate this magnet. And that's where we were in Egypt before these fuckers came down and took over our mother, beat her up. We trusted them for some reason. I haven't got that whole picture yet. I don't know what we did to let them in. But they ended up having to murder us because we were fighting them. But we had lost a lot of our power, dude. They had just beat the fuck out of our planet, which is our source of power. So, and then they divided us. They got us divided, and they've kept us divided at all costs. Now we know why we're divided. We know who's doing the dividing, and it's us. There's only one solution. Once people find out this information and how real it is, it's not a Palladian message. It's a message from ourselves that we have embedded in our brains because we've seen the IRA. I've seen the IRA. I recognized the fucking signature when I saw it. I didn't know anything about it, but I knew what it was. I was like, oh my God. That's a magnet signature. That is just the most mind-blowing thing I had seen to that point in time until I started reading hieroglyphs by accident. That whole last year, like I said, it just escalated into a bigger ball of mind fucking blowingness on a personal level for me. It was fucking incredible. All of a sudden, Ra's there, out of my blue Kachina lady, that I've been calling my Lady Blue forever. There's this fucking crazy looking. I recognize this. I had discounted the hat and Cobra for a couple of days until I started really looking at Egypt, and I kept seeing the hat and the Cobra, and then I put two and two. I was like, oh my fucking god, that's. It is what it is. It's the dingly fucking Cobra. High off the chain. The dingly Cobra speaks for itself. Let alone the eye and the fucking tight swirl marking the whole fucking magnet structure at the atomic level. It was like, oh my god, that is so IMF distinct. There was only one solution, that had to be coming out of the magnetosphere I had been fucking watching for years. And we had been watching and monitoring and fucking seeing it start to affect us more and more on Iswan, and all of a sudden, bam! There he is. And John showed the whole footage. I never even showed anybody the footage. I never went so far as to show anybody the footage. I just gave the timestamp picture, and John took the timestamp fucking picture and went and found the footage. It's still on Iswan. But that's what impresses me about Mr. Blow here. He knows what he knows, because he went and looked it up. He didn't take my word for it. Not a fucking word of it. Not a fucking word of my word did he take for it. Ever. And I love that about John. I love you, John. You're fucking awesome, dude.
Thanks, bro.
You fucking rock, man.
I'm not the best at expressing it back, but you know, I'm more
That's
about
what I
action than words.
Well, how do you feel about knowing what's going on, though? In your own words.
Well, I'm happy that I know what's going on. It's very calming to understand that, instead of being clueless and confused. But I've always wanted to be part of something big, and this is my opportunity.
You don't have much of a choice now, do you?
No.
Mom depends on it.
Well, I do have a choice.
Yeah, you do. You do.
I do have a choice, but I
you're a
choose
human
to be
being.
on this side.
You're a human being with a good heart, John. That doesn't leave you with much of a choice. You know.
Definitely not going to try and profit from this, that's for sure.
Yeah. You are profiting. Look at you.
Well, yeah,
You're feeling
so
good.
much.
You know, in real time, you profit from understanding, from being part of creation, knowing where you're at, knowing what. You're a lot more secure in yourself and your own life, I'm sure, because you have that knowledge now. I know that's how it affects me. It does. It calms you. But on the other hand, it's aggravating watching other people stumble around and bang their heads on walls, because it's unneeded. It's unneeded pain on themselves.
It is very frustrating. The people they say they know, but yet they're still posting.
Yeah. Crazy shit. And then they get mad at you for telling them. And then unfriending them.
And usually they just play both. They play both sides.
Mm-hmm.
They'll say one thing and then I'll contradict, and then they'll agree with me because I contradicted them.
See, and I don't play that game. And that's what they, a lot of people have a problem with.
They're I guess the
I've seen
appeasers.
people say,
They appease whoever they're talking to.
I'm a dictator or whatever. I'm all like, no. But, if something's blatantly fucking not right, that's a lie. Period. That's not me dictating that. That's the facts as they are. And I don't very often at all interject my opinion on a subject. And if I do, I make it very clear that it's my opinion. Because your opinion will never change the fact. But I don't want people to take my opinion as fact ever. That's the wrongest thing you can do. Because opinion has no bearing on the fact, and therefore no place in a discussion about fact. You can have your opinion about it in any way it affects you, but if the fact's a fact, then you just gonna have to fucking live with it. And you can't, then you're definitely asleep. You're dreaming something. You're in dreamland. But if you don't know what a fact is because you're fucking listening to everybody's opinion and you've got 30 people telling you 30 different things, you need to stop listening to each and every one of those individuals. And you need to open up a search tab without anything on it and type in some of those individuals' words. Do a word check. See what they mean. A lot of people will send you terms that they don't even know what it means. They'll give you field rotation when field rotation applies to what? A camera setting. Nothing to do with the moon. It's a camera setting.
Right. Off the chain, you still here? I want to let him know I made him a mod. Daniel Fernandez. One of the few YouTube channels that talks about the moon.
Yeah.
He's our UK representative.
Very many people out there.
It's actually quite easy to make a YouTube channel. I mean, you just need a smartphone and the YouTube app, and that's it. Just record a regular video like you do recording your kids or whatever you're doing, and then open the YouTube app, and then just hit upload. Select the video, hit next, title it, put a description on it, and then upload, and boom, you're done.
Yeah, Shu, you've kind of hit the nail on the head. Magnetism is very simple. And scalar physics, here's the thing about scalar physics, and it's intentional. They made scalar physics a separate entity from physics. You actually have to study a magnet separately from physics. They've literally separated the two. Even though every atom in fucking creation is a fucking magnet. See, that's what they didn't want you to connect. And that's why scalar physics has been separated. It's been kept a mystery. We know the properties of a magnet. We know what it does. We have no idea why. That is literally the explanation I was handed in my fucking naval advanced electronics technician. This is how a magnet works, but we don't know why. Scalar physics is its own box of physics. It's always intentionally kept separate from physics. That's why it never made sense with physics. Now, when they brought out the fucking quantum theory shit, that caught my attention. I was like, wait a minute. They're describing scalar physics, the entire theory. But they're omitting any magnet to do with it. They're talking about it in a particle fashion, which does not work. So I knew it was a lie. And I was like, well, so you look at what they're finding, and it's a instantaneous action at a distance, number one. That's the big quandary. And I'm all like, that is the basis of scalar physics. It is one of the big problems they had because it's faster than the speed of light. It's instantaneous at a distance. One magnet is affected by what happens to another magnet. on the fucking same chain instantly. All the magnets on that chain are lit up.
Instantaneous action at a distance.
Uh-huh. There ain't no fucking theory.
It's proven.
They're trying to confuse somebody.
Cosmic, we've been seeing things for 9 years.
Yeah, long time. This isn't something that just snuck up on us overnight. I've been telling about it, since actively explaining what was going to happen step by step that we have watched happen since 2014, openly, definitively explaining how the magnetosphere would begin to react. And we've seen it happen in real time, documented for years. And it crept up to this point very slowly. This is not something that snuck up on us. Well, we are seeing the warning before
Exactly,
it
that's
happens.
what I was telling him. Have been.
Now, the Flash, we're going to see, like I explained very clearly in several videos, our position right now is in between three suns. We are in between all three of them, physically, in the middle of three suns that are coming into a perihelion. One of these suns, the one that's behind us, had better pass us before perihelion, which means it's going to reveal itself, the blue one, or we die in the blink of an eye without a warning, and who gives a fuck, because it's not just us. We would die to the point that in the snap of a finger, Earth itself would be a dust ball. Period. That kind of plasmatic interaction without the right freak, dude, she's gone. We were long gone before she disappeared in the blink of an eye. So we're going to see one of these suns pass us before you're going to see a nova event. You'll know one's coming. You'll know one's coming. You'll have way more of a warning than I'm going to give you. Have you heard of the trumpets of Revelation? That the deaf will even hear? I don't know. Some people haven't read the Bible. I have a lot. Although I do not fucking recommend it if you want to know what's going on. Trumpets of Revelation are your Schumann frequency. Mother Earth is going to pump that in right here. That's why the deaf, the people that can't hear, will hear the trumpets of Revelations. All these things we've been told about, right down to the little tiny detail, are explained entirely in physics, frequency, and magnet resonance. Simple. Very simple. Once you look into those few properties, and the fact that you've actually got one right here answers all your questions. You don't have to ask me anything anymore, ever again. As a matter of fact, you'll probably come and teach me something I didn't know at that point in time. And that's what I hope for all of you, because it's going to bring you security in your own heart. And that's where it matters.
Yep, Shu, electricity is energy through matter.
Yeah.
And energy through matter is also a magnet. But magnets technically don't exist because everything is a magnet.
Everything is a
So
magnet.
it's just a different chain of molecules atoms put together that has a strong magnetic.
Because they're all lined in a pole, just
They're
like
all-
my borosilicate glass.
Right. So it's a strong magnetic device that just has a strong field based on the other elements, so we call them magnets. But since every atom is a magnet, there is no such thing as a magnet.
Yes, off the chain. I agree. We have the answers now. Everybody needs it, and we need to get them understanding that it's their responsibility to know these few things. It is not, you don't have to learn how to build a rocket. That's for fucking sure. You can take a layman and teach them everything they need to know in about 2 hours, maybe. Literally, I mean, from beginning to end, you can teach them. And if they want to learn, they can go look it up. It might take them a week, but you give them specific targets and they go look it up. And then all the questions seem to answer themselves. All you got to do is understand that you're a magnet, frequency of a magnet, understand how you make a magnet stronger. There you go. That's the majority of it. Like I said, everything after that kind of comes at a learning pace of your own. You're going to go try and steal mom's magnet, you're going to learn really fast. that's that's how I did it. And I honestly, I had never had anybody sitting here trying to convince me in any tangible form that Mother Earth even existed. So I kind of rejected that at first. It took me a while to understand that, God, you're a dumbass. God made first creation, and you're standing on it. She's not a rock. That's not God's fucking first creation that he's going to brag about, right? I mean, come on. I made a rock. No. Duh. And then the whole magnet thing and your energy and all that, it's physics. For fuck's sake, it's physics. It's not opinion. It's the way things work. And we were totally taken out of that equation and put in our own little box way away from scalar physics. There's a whole bunch of boxes out there. And once you start finding those, it's like, oh my God, I'm a little god. Really, we are. How can you say we're not when we can encapsulate the entire planet multiplex in our chest with each other in cooperation in symbiotic fucking, we combined our one incredible strong entity
and access the universal information highway.
Every magnet in existence is operating on the 1748 hertz. That tells you exactly where the fucking information's coming from. Every atom in existence, you're affected by it.
Yep.
You just didn't know it. You gotta interact with it. You have the ability to do so in your chest, not your head. Fucking amazing.
Because
like, holy shit.
Because we live in a trinary system, cosmic ocean. That's why.
Because we scared them, good citizen. They didn't realize when they came here they had lost all this knowledge about themselves before they came here for eons. And we scared the fuck out of them with what we could do. Simple as that. They had to keep us separated. And they've engineered everything about our existence to do that. Everything. Yeah, our magnet connects us to everything in creation. We have a magnet embedded in our chest. There is no escaping it. We are extensions of creation. And we hold the power to do amazing fucking things with that magnet if we learn how to use it again. We live in a trinary system, and our creator understood that when we were created. He gave us that tool for that much needed symbiotic relationship to not only survive, but help all of creation survive. Mother needs us as much as we need her. And I have heard the lie going around, Mother Earth will perpetuate without us. No, the fuck. She will not. that leaves her awakening pretty much in your hands and mine until she decides that she's going to send out them trumpets and wake up every fucking body because mom needs everybody. Why are we waking up and why are we doing this? I don't know. I'm just doing it because I'm asked to do so. That's meek. Simple
Yep.
as that. I have no answer. I don't question. I do as I'm asked. She never told me to do it. She gave me a choice. And I swore my crusty soul to the very fucking coal of it if she needs it to get the bunnies through.
Well, Eric, I think we've put on a pretty good show.
I do too, John. I had a good afternoon with it, good early morning.
Yeah.
I hope it clarified some things for people. Um, Hopefully, you're not crazy. There are better ways to wake your folks. Give them something substantial. That's
Like the
the
moon.
yeah. The programming has been extensive. Even when you're handing someone substantial, like I said, they will reject it because they're associating it with that lie that they've been told for 30 years about Nebaru. And they're tired of looking at it because they don't want to eat their dog just because the Anunnaki are back. Crazy shit, John. I'm like, oh my god, no wonder people are just fucking so closed off to anything you hand them.
Yep.
They've
And it
worked really hard.
continues.
Yeah, one at a time. And then that multiplies. Because then we have others waking others. I mean, just this week, a couple of my viewers have come back and said their whole families are waking up.
Yeah, I remember
Yeah,
on your last live stream there was that person who came in, five or
yeah
six people, their family. They
Mickey,
were playing your live stream.
he keeps adding to it, and I'm very happy that every time I see him, there's more people that he's waking up with the moon and physics. It's if you get a person who has any understanding of these basic things, it's not the same as a strange cloud. That's for fucking sure. It's not the same as a weird thunderstorm or big quakes. It's not the same as fucking even a volcano going on. Is that happens?
Mm-hmm.
That fucking moon doing a cartwheel has never happened. And the only time I can trace that back to is the story of Noah. And if they trace it back to the same fucking place, they're going to be like, all right, tell me more. That's the only natural response, I would imagine, coming from a human being that's ready to face reality. So I feel it's very important that you know these facts so you can give them facts and not misdirect them further. Because that's going to make them even fearful. And the knowing kills the fear. So if they know, their fear is going to disappear, and then they're going to be stronger for it, and they're going to be the warriors and the healers that they need to be.
Yeah, totally.
It's a simple catalytic reaction. It's our nature.
The the knowledge is just as well is just as strong, or if not even stronger, than the denial. You know, the people, they just have their set frame of reference and they don't want to deviate from that. But the people that know understand that and also have that same thing, but it's so much deeper rooted because it's more truth than lies.
Yes. And that's why I say don't go off subject. That's not very straight heart. That shows that you're wavering in your knowledge and you need to read and study some more on a few very specific subjects. And it's like I said, it's not like building a rocket. So just learning a little bit about your biology and how an electron magnet works, and how they add to each other's strengths if they're on resonant frequency. And
Kind of
that
like,
applies
what
to
is it? See no evil, speak no evil, hear no evil.
your.
That used to be everywhere, not now.
Mm-hmm.
So, alrighty, well, I think we got to call it the end to a great stream, and we'll have to do this again soon. Maybe in a couple months. Soon for
Definitely.
us is a couple months.
Yeah, we're moving on in slow motion. I'm trying to fit in a lot of more exploration. I'm not. I'm running into the same brick wall, like I said, with these archaeologists that I have been with the truther channels. And I've decided I need to take matters into my own hands. Mom wants me to go out and see these things anyways, so I'm taking more time doing that
Yeah.
than anything else, really. And then I'm old and I require rest. Yeah, fuck. Yesterday beat the shit out of me. I can't do this 2 days in a row. Took huge hikes. I'm having cramps today. So yeah, I took a day off from doing that. Decided I want to chill with John today. I appreciate the time. You know, I'd be just sitting around bored if we hadn't been here doing this.
Well, it was my pleasure. Happy to obviously do it again.
Yeah, I always have fun talking to you. So
I know sometimes I'm a pain in the ass, but oh well, that's
yeah,
the way it is.
hey, nah. Dude, I'll tell you that one time. Oh my God, I'm still kind of shaky from it. John came after my $100.
Oh yeah, okay.
I almost shit my britches. I was like, fuck. If somebody gonna get it, it's gonna be John. And he come back, he's all like, I'm gonna get you $100. I'm gonna show you later. And then he showed me. I was like, no. You just didn't catch that, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had already pointed out what he was pointing out. But yeah, he almost had me. Thank God.
Yeah, I was pretty sure his pole lines didn't come in the pole, or energy didn't come in the pole.
Mm-hmm.
It came in
Yeah,
the
it
equator, and
It definitely does. It comes right in that equator. It sure does. Just like any other magnet, that accretion disk. Fucking crazy, dude. Hail to the fucking ferro cell, man.
yeah,
That thing helped enlighten me a lot. Look at this one. It looks like Lee's fucking ferro cell.
yeah,
And they're looking right at that fucking square. Well, I've seen that somewhere. Motherfucking scientifically.
So, okay, guys, thanks for coming and
Yeah,
chatting with us, asking questions. I'm certainly no big, great YouTube host, but still. So, again, thanks for stopping by.
It's good. I think we got some good questions answered. I hope satisfactorily, and not only satisfactorily. If you need to, go rewind it and listen to the words we spoke again and type them in your search bar, please.
Yeah.
Don't take my word for it. That's
It's like-
the
Mhm.
worst thing you can do.
Some friends, looks like some friends were even made in the chat today, too. So,
Yeah, awesome. Awesome.
alrighty then.
Mhm.